Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Olivia. 10 years ago. This is it. You got this, Olivia, I say to myself, looking into the mirror of my vanity. I smooth down the front of my dress, not that there are any wrinkles in the pleated sundress. No one would be able to see it anyway. Not underneath the graduation gown that I still have to put on. 2 more weeks. That has been my mantra for the last month. A mental countdown to the start of my new life. Maybe it is a bit of a cliche. A small town couple moving to a big city. Going to the colleges of their dreams. Living out the lives they had planned together. I smile at my reflection, leaning in as I apply makeup over my brown skin. Liam and I have completely figured our lives out. In 2 weeks, we will leave for New York. We found a cute little 1-bedroom apartment that, well, it needs a bit of love and a steady hand. I had found one that was a little more pricey, without exposed wires in the bathroom, but Liam had argued that he didn't want me paying for everything, even though it would have been no problem for me. Though I am just as happy to go halves with him anywhere we get to be together. We just have to get through the next 2 weeks, and we are free. Nothing but the open road and a little fixer-upper. I can't think of anything more perfect at this moment. Look at you. My mother smiles. She walks into my room and stands behind me, her hands on my shoulders. She reaches over and picks the brush up off of my desk. I'm almost ready. I know. She starts to brush my hair, pulling the thick waves up into a high ponytail. It still cascades down between my shoulders. At least this time she let me keep my bangs loose. I watch her and return her smile. She looks so happy. I am so proud of you, Olivia. She puts the brush back and sets her hands on my shoulders. Why do I feel like there's a but at the end of the sentence? I joke. It does not get the chuckle that I am expecting. Instead, my mother lets out a soft sigh. But my baby is moving away. It's not like we won't be back to visit, I tell her honestly. Liam's grandmother will still be in town and, of course, my own parents. We will have plenty of reasons to drive back during the breaks. My mother is quiet for a minute and then her smile returns. I know. She lets go of me and takes a step back. She reaches into her purse and pulls out a set of keys. What are those? I ask. I have a sinking feeling in my stomach that I know exactly what they are. They're keys. She laughs. I give a chuckle. My mom, everyone, the winner of dad jokes. Obviously, for what? For your new condo in Ithaca. She holds the keys out to me. Mom, I start. I do not reach out for them. I do not get a chance to continue as she talks over me. It's all paid for. Your father and I will take care of the mortgage and the condo fees while you're in school. If you decide to stay in Ithaca, then it will be yours. If you move back after school, then we can turn it into a rental property for college students. Mom, I try again. She is really into giving me this condo. Yes, Olivia. She is still holding the keys out. I shake my head. Liam and I already have an apartment that's between Cornell and Syracuse. Oh, grow up, Olivia. Think about what will happen when you break up. Are you really going to want to keep living with him? We aren't going to break up, Mom. She puts her hands on her hips. I stand up and move over to my closet to put my gown on. You are. Her tone goes hard. Dr. Mom is coming out now. The no-nonsense woman who gets things done without an argument. This fling between the two of you was cute when you were 16. But you're 18 now, Olivia. You need to grow up and realize that it isn't going to work out. It will. No, Olivia, it won't. You need to start taking life seriously. Boys like Liam will only drag you down and hold you back. I do not know what has gotten into my mother. I thought that she liked Liam. I know my father doesn't care one way or another. At least, he's never said anything on the subject before. While both of them support my dreams of being a veterinarian, I know he would be happier if I became a human doctor. I can't help but feel like my mother is projecting, the longer we stare each other down. People often say we are too much alike. Maybe that is true. I can make my own decisions. Olivia. No, Mom, it's my turn now, I say as I take a step forward. She sighs but does not say anything else. Mom, I love him. He is in love with me. I grip the side of my gown. We've been making these plans for a year and a half. When we realized that our top schools were close to each other, it just made sense. Like it was meant to be. The tears start to prick at the corners of my eyes. I will not cry. I do not have the time to fix my makeup. We need to head to the high school soon. Olivia? She sighs and runs a hand over her face. She pinches the bridge of her nose. I can tell that she has more that she wants to say. For the first time, I wonder if this has anything to do with the fact that Liam is white. It can't be. Can it? Come on, ladies. My dad's voice comes from down the hall. My mom turns and leaves the room, still visibly upset. I follow behind her and give my dad a hug. It will be fine. I'll leave for school. I wish that she would just trust me to live my life. I'm not jumping into this without a plan. Liam and I have talked it over extensively. We looked at apartments together. We figured out our commutes and made sure that there was enough parking for both our cars. Sure, there was a bus, but who wants to sit on a bus for 4 hours? Even the light-hearted pop song on the radio is not helping me relax. I turn on the Bluetooth and pull up my playlist. Maybe it might calm me down. I park and make my way up the stairs. Liam is standing there, leaning against a picnic table. I smile brightly. He always cheers me up, and he has not even said anything yet. He looks up and sees me. I can tell. His smile reaches his eyes and lights them up. His normally messy hair is brushed back and tamed. I can tell that he made a valiant attempt at styling it for once. At least it's out of his eyes. I keep teasing him about getting a haircut. Not that I mind. I like how soft his hair is when I brush my hands through it. The texture of his hair is nothing like my own. Ready? He asks. More than you know. I take his hand, and we walk inside together. We make our way into the auditorium, where the rest of our graduating class has gathered. Of course, we're sorted by our last names. I'll see you after. Liam grins. He kisses my cheek as the vice principal announces for everyone to find their seats. See you in 4 hours? I laugh as I walk up to the B row, leaving Liam in the M's. I spot his brother and grandmother in the audience. I smile and wave to Clarice, Liam's grandmother, as I take my seat. She returns the wave. Everything is going to be fine, right?
Chapter 2. Liam. I wipe my forehead with a napkin. I should probably have just let my grandmother call someone to come and repair the espresso machine. But why make her spend money on something I can fix? What I should be doing is showing one of the other employees of the cafe how to fix it. It is the one thing that I worry about with the move. What will my grandmother do the next time something breaks? With the price of new restaurant equipment, it's not like she could just dip in and buy a brand new one. It stopped frothing. How hard could it really be to fix the steamer? At least that's what I said to my grandmother an hour ago. Now I have it in 7 pieces, with an out-of-order sign hanging off the back of it for customers to read. It is at least the last thing on my to-do list for the day. Tomorrow, Olivia and I are leaving for New York. I want to make sure there is nothing overly problematic left outstanding at the cafe. I like working with my hands. It's part of the reason I suggested we get a fixer-upper apartment. Not only is it cheaper, but I can turn it into something uniquely us. The owner of the apartment didn't seem to care what we did to it. I'm pretty sure he was getting ready to write it off as a loss anyway. I also simply do not want my grandmother to worry about anything. The more I fix before tomorrow afternoon, the less money she has to spend. She's not as young as she used to be. I just hope she won't be too lonely between visits. The bell above the door chimes. I look up and feel my stomach sink. Lisa Brown is, aside from being Olivia's mother, an anomaly. I've never been able to tell if she likes me or not. Though ever since she cut me a look at graduation, I am leaning towards not. Liam. The way she says my name makes my stomach drop even further. Dr. Brown. I give her a polite smile. Nothing good would come of getting into an argument with Olivia's mother. It feels like she's looking down her nose at me. There's nothing wrong with me right now. My hair is clean. Sure, I am a little dirty from all the repair work. I have some grease on my hands, but it's not like I wander around town in this state. I'm wearing the cafe's uniform shirt over a pair of jeans. There are no holes in these ones. She sighs, I would like to speak to you. I bite back a sarcastic retort. Of course. Somewhere private. One look around the cafe and she would see that it was empty. We might do well, but not during the mid-morning. The morning rush is over by 9 o'clock, and it doesn't pick up again until noon. Point is, we could have had the conversation here at the counter. An espresso machine between us gives me a shield against whatever verbal assault she's about to come at me with. Sure. I wipe my hands off on a cloth before making my way around the counter. I lead her over to a table in the back corner of the cafe. I see my grandmother come out from the back. She watches us for a minute before going back to her baking. This is nothing for her to be concerned with, I hope. What did you want to talk about? Break up with Olivia. Oh, what? The hell? The expression must be clearly written on my face. Lisa shakes her head with a hard sigh. Hear me out. I'm shocked that she just came right out and said it. I'd wrongly assumed that at this point she was going to let Olivia and I be together and happy. If you really love my daughter, you want what is best for her, correct? I nod. That's right. And I do not like where this conversation is going. Of course, I know exactly where it's going, considering how she started it. Break up with Olivia. I've never considered that. Ever. Then you must know that that is not you. Lisa continues her tirade. Deep down, you should know that you are not Olivia's endgame. You never could be. I cannot believe the words coming out of this woman's mouth right now. I open my mouth to speak, but do not get a chance to get a word out. Lisa just keeps talking. How long has she been bottling this all up? Olivia deserves to attend Cornell without the burden of, well, you. Without worrying about her ceiling leaking when it rains. She just will not shut up. Her father and I bought her a much nicer condo in Ithaca. Living closer to school, she'll also be able to meet people more her style. Her style? I managed to choke out. My stomach is hollow right now. The sweat is building at the base of my neck. I will have marks on my palms from where my nails are biting into the soft flesh, but I will not cause a scene in the cafe, empty or not. People with similar family backgrounds. She says it so casually, like it's the most obvious thing in the world. Of course, this would be about money. Olivia was always so humble about it. The closest she ever came to throwing her money around was when we were talking about apartments. Lisa stands up. The sound of the chair scraping against the tiles brings me back to the present. Her words sting. But what I hate the most is that she's right. She puts a hand on my shoulder, a mockery of what should have been a comforting gesture. You're a good kid, Liam. I'm sure you'll make the right decision and set Olivia free. With a tight squeeze of my shoulder, she leaves. I know that there are better options for Olivia out there. That she could meet someone else at school and really hit it off. Some other son of another rich family of doctors like her own. We could have been that hashtag couple goals as high school sweethearts, finishing our degrees, buying a house, getting married, and then deciding if we want to have kids or just dogs and a cat. No, I know what I have to do. I get a notepad out from behind the counter and sit down at the bar. Olivia, I'm sorry that I didn't bother to call you or go over. You deserve to have this conversation in person. You deserve a lot of things, like the world. I know I can't give that to you, so this is the last that you will hear from me. I am not going to Syracuse anymore. I know you're going to go far. There are so many options out there for you. Just reach out and grab one. I wish you all the best, and know that I did love you. So much so that I'm making sure your future is as bright and beautiful as your smile. Love, Liam. I fold the piece of paper. I write Olivia's name on the front of it and stick it under the cash register. Olivia is going to be coming around the cafe around noon to pick me up, so I know she will get it. I just won't be here. The last items on my to-do list are to call Syracuse and withdraw my application, and then email CalArts and confirm their acceptance. Chapter 3. Liam, present day. Time passes differently for everyone. For some, it just trickles by. They go about their daily routines, the same 9-to-5 grind that they settle into, thinking that this is it. Those are the people that don't take chances, falling into comfort and security, even if it means sacrificing their happiness. They can afford to live, and that's all that matters. For others, like myself, they blink, and it has been an absurd amount of time, gone in the blink of an eye, not without its challenges. Some days still drag slower than others, but overall, it moves like sand in an hourglass. There is nothing like a risk paying off, one that seems like it has no chance of working whatsoever. Those are the ones that pay out the highest winnings. I was only in my second year of CalArts when I submitted a photograph to a National Geographic amateur contest. There were thousands of submissions. It was open to public voting and rigorous vetting by photography masters. I really wasn't holding my breath. And it was Connor's idea. But then I got the email 2 months later, and in the middle of exams, I won. I told you you would win, Connor had told me, looking all too proud of me. It made me realize just how much I doubted myself. And my grandmother was overjoyed, even when I tried to tell her it was no big deal. No big deal? She scoffed. You're going to be famous one day. I didn't realize how right she was at the time. My landscape photo was featured in their magazine, posted on their socials with my name and a small article about me alongside it. My dream came true. It was the stepping stone that I needed, the confidence boost in my own photography to put myself out there more. I kept entering contests all throughout college. I won more than I lost as I carved out my niche. 10 years later, and I have my own photography business. I still freelance for Nat Geo on occasion. They do pay out the best for landscapes. I did my time doing weddings and parties. The cosplay scene in California also paid well when I was just starting out. There isn't a genre that I won't try at least once, though these days I don't have to. I've made enough of a name for myself that I can be choosy about my clients. These days a lot of people pay big money for my pictures. Of course, that also means that I haven't been back home. California became my home, and Sandy Springs was simply the place that I came from. The small town, humble beginnings origin story that looks good in a biography. Not that I cut off contact with my grandmother. I talked to her almost every night. It is why it was such a surprise when I got the call. It was a Tuesday afternoon. I was sitting in a meeting with a publisher, discussing a collection of photographs that are going into their own anthology. My phone rang. The number was not saved in my phone, but I recognized the Sandy Springs area code. Listening to that voicemail broke my heart. Good afternoon, Mr. Miller. This is Sharon Thomas from Abington Nursing Home. We regret to inform you that your grandmother, Miss Clarice Miller, passed away overnight. She went peacefully in her sleep. Please call us back to set up a meeting to discuss the future proceedings. Connor puts a hand on my shoulder and I blink. The light turns green as he puts both hands back on the wheel. We had booked the first flight out of California. This was not how I thought I would be returning to Sandy Springs. It was supposed to be for a happy Christmas surprise, not because our grandmother had passed away. Everything moves like a blur. I am glad Connor could come with me. He seems more prepared somehow for this, and does most of the talking with the lawyers. Who knew that there was so much paperwork involved with someone dying? Of course, this would not be the first time, but I never had to manage the planning side before. I was only 7 when our mother passed away. I don't remember much of the proceedings. In fact, I'm pretty sure I wasn't involved. I just remember that I didn't talk to anyone for almost a month. "What do you think, Liam?" Connor asks. "About what?" I counter. I will not admit that I was not paying attention, but it seems important. Having a wake before the cremation. We'll take some of her ashes and scatter them over the Pacific Ocean and bury the rest next to Grandpa. I know the part he isn't saying. Next to Mom. Yeah, that sounds nice. It does. We had always tried so hard to get Grandma to come out these past few years. She always said she would love to see the sun set on the ocean, but she was scared of flying and did not want to make the drive. In that case, I'll draw all the documents up for your signatures. The attorney nods. He stands, gathering the papers off of the desk. It doesn't feel like we really accomplish anything between leaving his office and the day of the funeral. I guess Connor must have answered everyone's questions. I can't decide if there's more I'm supposed to be doing or if I'm just here to sign papers. The day of the funeral arrives. Cafe Clementine has been a fixture in our small town for decades. We should have known it wouldn't have been a small turnout, but we had no way of knowing exactly how many people would come. The crowd is much larger than I had anticipated. I am so sorry for your loss. Clarice's presence will be missed greatly. My grandmother was beloved by half the town, it seems. I take a deep breath and plaster on another smile. I lost track of Connor a while ago. He is somewhere in the sea of well-wishers, or maybe he snuck out for a cigarette. I just hope he has not gone back to the house without me. Oh, there is a face I have not seen in, well, a decade. Olivia looks even more beautiful than I remember. She always did love my grandmother. Clarice loved her too. She is standing near the back of the room. I wonder what she would think of me now. I make my way over to her in my Armani suit and gold Rolex. I have that money now that her mother was so desperate for her to have. Hi, Liam. Olivia. I give her a soft smile. Fixing my sleeves, the glint of my watch catches in the light. If she's impressed, it doesn't show on her face. You look good. I subtly look her over. Her form is gorgeous. Of course, she was always beautiful. In high school, there was no one that came close to her. I always thought I was so lucky that she said yes to dating me. I remember the way her hair smelled like lilacs and vanilla, the way it fell around both our faces when we kissed behind the bleachers. Wow, let's not go down that road at my grandmother's funeral. Thank you. You look well, considering. Yeah. Aside from the circumstances, I am very well. She looks around the room. I don't know who or what she sees, but her expression changes and she sighs. I'm sorry for your loss, Liam. Clarice was always a pleasure to be around. She places a hand on my shoulder. I have to go, though. So soon? I ask. It is too late, though. She is already walking away. Even if it breaks my heart a little to watch her leave, it's a damn good sight in that dress.
Chapter 4. Olivia. The sun hits my face with a harsh light just as I step outside the funeral home. It's just after mid-afternoon. In the middle of a hot day, it's worth fishing out my sunglasses from my purse. The sound of steps behind me ushers me farther into the warm day. I still have enough time to check in at the clinic, even though I told them I was taking the day off. I suddenly feel very conscious of my outfit choice. Maybe I'll stop home first. I can change before I go to the clinic, and then I'll take a walk. I don't feel like showing up in my black dress and heels, even if it is dressy professional. After I'd made up my mind, All there was left to do was go through with it. I slide the glasses up the bridge of my nose, the squint in my eyes dissipating as the bright sky dulls. I take a glance down at my watch, slowing my step. The clinic will be open for at least another 3 hours if there's no overnight patients or emergency visits. I always feel unnerved leaving staff alone at the vet clinic. Everyone there is a hand-picked, trained professional, but it always feels better to have a personal hand on what's going on. I hate hearing that there was a day surgery I couldn't have helped with. A few friends of Clarice pass by me, one sniffling and the other consoling him. The sight pushes me back into the moment, a frown pulling at the corners of my mouth. She really is gone. I hope Liam is doing okay. I can't imagine how he's feeling about all of this. I tried to stay out of the way, keeping to the back of the room during the service. I saw the back of his head, drooped low while the speaker said his words. During his eulogy, his eyes didn't meet a single face. I try to keep a steady pace, taking the long way home, when the storefront comes into view. It's nestled right in between an independent dollar store and a painting studio. The exterior is covered in neatly kept vines and local artwork. It has an outdoor patio, with a few metal tables and chairs for the overflow. Today, though, even the bright colors seem dulled. It's been closed for a few days. I wonder who will be running it. I know Liam and Connor are in town, but I can't see either one of them owning the place. I wonder how long they're even planning on staying. Is seeing them going to be part of my regular routine? This town is too small to avoid him forever, especially if he wants to stay here. I wish I didn't get so in my head, but if there's any day to space out, it would be today. The rest of the town is still bustling, aside from everyone who was at the funeral. Even walking around, I can spot the familiar faces I saw just a bit ago. Some only came for a bit, to pay their respects, but others stayed for the entire service, like I did. Clarice's Cafe is not too far from the clinic, and ever since I moved back here, it's been my favorite spot to get coffee. The store has been closed ever since her death a few days ago. Tomorrow, when it opens again, will be the first time I'll go in there to get my usual. I stop in front of the doors, and the inside is dark. Even in the daytime, it looks hollow without the bustle of the town filling it. Ever since I moved back here after college, Clarice and I had gotten a lot closer. She would always be in when I was working, although it's hard to name a time when she wasn't working at the cafe or just hanging out there. We would share a table and stories before I had to go to work, or during my lunch. It was rare that I would skip a day, and I would always come by after work to apologize if I did. She felt like a grandma to me after a few months, and it's been 3 years now since I opened the clinic. The tip of my nose burns thinking about it. I step back a few paces, ready to keep walking, before I start to cry in the middle of the street. Just as I take my last step back, the hard frame of a body collides with mine. I quickly jump forward and spin around, a sorry already tumbling out of my mouth. Whoa! A deep voice comes from behind me, one that's all too familiar. My eyes meet with his torso before jumping up to his face. Of course. I am so sorry. I didn't know you were there. He's wearing the same formal shirt and a tie. He's definitely still dressed from the funeral. It's all right. His voice is a lot more gruff than the last time I'd heard it. I feel my cheeks start to heat up, embarrassment flooding through me as I nod quietly and start to step away. I'll see you around. My heart feels like it's pounding, and I haven't felt this flustered in a long time. It's not until I turn the corner at the end of the block that I really slow down and start to assess. I can see my house in the far distance, through the trees of the local park. Okay, what the hell was that? I want to scold myself for getting so flustered, but I still can't even concentrate. A nervous question keeps bouncing around in my head, and I don't know if I want to know the answer. Do I still have feelings for Liam? I want to say no, but I know that would be lying to myself. Just seeing him still makes my heart race. I check for cars before cutting across the street. It took me a long time to be okay. I can still recite the letter he left me. I came to terms a long time ago that I was never going to forget Liam. It was hard enough just to walk around the same town that we grew up in together. I could still point out places that were special to us. But there is no us anymore. And before I saw him, not once but twice today, I had come to peace that there never would be again. But even thinking of his face, the way he looked into my eyes. God, I need to get past this. Now. I let my purse fall into my hands and pull it open. Reaching in, I grab my phone and the pair of headphones I always keep with it. Time to stop thinking. I push the earbuds into my ears and turn on the first song in my playlist.
Chapter 5. Liam. My index finger presses on the button on the side of my phone, lighting it up for the 100th time. Still 5 minutes to go. The lawyer is supposed to be here soon, but waiting feels like it's going to last forever. Connor and I came into the cafe early to clean up and look around the place before the lawyer got here. It's been so long since I've even been in here. It still has that effortless charm that Grandma had always wanted. The walls are a soft vermilion color, with gold-framed paintings from local artists scattered all over. Grandma also took pride in keeping an abundance of succulents and other plants alive throughout the shop. All of the tables are recycled wood from a local lumber yard, and the chairs are mismatched, but it works in an artsy way. After I left all that time ago, it had been a long time since I sat down here for more than a visit. The thought of having to own this place now is a bit overwhelming. Owning a cafe had never even been a thought in my mind. Although I guess neither had my grandmother's passing. She was healthy all the way until she went. It had shocked everyone when it happened. The ding of the front door's bell catches my attention. I'm greeted with the sight of a lawyer whose stuffy exterior and hard-pressed expression makes me stand up out of my chair quickly to greet him. He doesn't seem to be the type to enjoy a bit of schmoozing. I better just keep it quick and professional. Good afternoon, I am Leland Summers. His monotone voice is accompanied by his hand sticking out to shake mine. Connor gets up from his stool and stands a bit behind me. I shake his hand, the grip firm and professional. Connor introduces himself and shakes hands after me. The lawyer's expression glances over him, but stays mostly set on me as I walk them both over to a table. Would you like a coffee? I ask, letting him sit down. Connor takes a seat at the counter, feet coming up to rest under the stool. Just a black decaf, please. If I could have imagined a coffee for him, it would have definitely been exactly that. I'll get it, Connor says, just as I'm about to back up. He's already off his stool and walking around to the other side of the counter. After a minute, Connor comes back around with the coffee and 2 water bottles. I take one, and he cracks open the other for himself. The lawyer takes a slow, careful sip of the hot liquid before a small hum can be heard. That is very good coffee. He sets the cup down on a cork coaster. The comment brings a smile to my face, and I nod appreciatively. Thank you. My grandma always took pride in her coffee. The lawyer nods, and I watch as he leans over to open his briefcase. The quiet sound of shuffling papers is heard before he puts an envelope and a document down on the table. Then she'll be quite happy if you can keep this place. He spins the document around. It all looks like a bunch of legal nonsense, but a few lines make me want to double-take the whole paper. She stated in her will that you can only inherit the cafe if you are married. Since neither of you are, that means whoever gets married first. Otherwise, it is to be sold off, and all proceeds will be donated to the town of Sandy Springs. The lawyer points to a few lines that say just that. A harsh breath comes out of Connor, and I nearly copy him. Seriously? My grandma was always a romantic, and she never wanted us to turn out like our father, her son. He took off early in our lives, never being ready for the responsibility of children and a wife. Connor stands up from his stool and walks over to the table, taking a seat beside me and leaning over to scan the document itself. It's airtight in terms of loopholes, and it seems like the only way to stop this place from becoming another chain is to get married. But which one of us should it be? Connor is only 21 and still in college. Asking him to take the fall would be devastating, and I could never do that to him. A long moment of silence stretches out over the table, and I'm the one to break it first. Can we have some time to come up with a plan? Neither of us want to give up the cafe. It's our grandmother's heart and soul. The lawyer nods and takes the documents back. How about a month? I'll come back here, and the final decision will be made then. He hands both of us a business card with all of his contact information on it. Thank you, Connor mumbles, and I can tell he's upset by the situation. I am too, but I swallow it in favor of staying professional. Neither of us had thought there would be a prerequisite, just a handing over of the deed. We'll be in touch. The lawyer and I stand at the same time, and I walk him out of the cafe. The door closes behind him, and it locks with a swift turn of the handle. Damn. Connor stands, taking a chug of his water and pushing his chair in with his knee. What are we going to do? Gran would be devastated if this place became another Starbucks. Connor wipes his mouth. I walk back over and pick up my own bottle of water, twisting the cap open. I guess I'll just have to get married. He just needs the documents. And then whatever comes after, we can deal with together. I crack a smile, and Connor's shoulders relax a bit to hear he won't have to do it. In the back of my mind, though, the thought of what may happen to this place is dragging me down. What if I can't get married? Grandma opened this place when she was 25, with nothing more than her pocket money and an extremely friendly loan from the town's bank. She turned it into the staple of Sandy Springs, and a lot of people would be heartbroken if it just got replaced with somewhere that had no soul. How am I going to convince someone to marry me just for this place?
You ever think about that one person? Yeah, that one. The one that got away. Or maybe the one who never really left your heart.
They broke it once, but what if they're the only one who can fix it?
Who, baby? Now we're talking second chances. 8 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of longing, regret, and the kind of love that refuses to stay buried.
And because healing your heart shouldn't break the bank, you get all of this for 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40 and get an additional 40% off.
The Second Chance Romance Audiobook Bundle.
It's not too late.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 6. Olivia. I take a deep breath before pushing open the door to the cafe. The entire vibe is thrown off by Clarice's passing. Not sure what to expect from my favorite hangout, I look up to the counter and stop dead in my tracks. Liam, casually wiping the bar down like he owns the place, is not only still in town but standing right in front of me. It is obvious he is unaccustomed to the service industry, moving stiffly from inexperience. I try to hide the smirk on my face as I approach the counter. Hey, stranger, didn't think I would see you here? He bristles at my voice and slowly lifts his eyes to mine. His lips curl into a half smile as he realizes who addressed him. Olivia? He tosses the hand towel under the counter and redirects his attention to me, smiling. What are you doing here? I actually came by for a coffee. It's been a day, and I usually stop by here after work anyways. Oh, please, have a seat. I'll get you your coffee. My heart is beating wildly, excited by the mere fact that Liam is here. I close my eyes and try to calm myself down. The past is the past. Here you go, cream or sugar? Just a little sugar, thanks. He passes me the basket of sugars, and I shake a few into my hot dark roast coffee. This place feels really different without your grandmother, I remark. I keep expecting her to walk out of that kitchen. He stares in the direction of the kitchen with empty eyes, not bothering to react to my words. His head pans back around towards me once more, but I still can't get a read on him. Now it feels uncomfortable. I frown. I'm so sorry, Liam. I'll stop bothering you now. I make a move to get up with my coffee. No, please don't go. I'm sorry, Liv. I am still processing everything that's happening. Please sit. I slide back down onto my bar stool, holding my coffee cup in both hands. I wait to see if he wants to initiate further conversation. The standoff does not take long. He finally lets out a breath. I didn't expect to see you in town when I came back. What have you been up to these days? Oh, well, I went off to college like planned. I started studying medicine. In fact, I have a clinic just a couple doors down from here. I have been back in the area for a couple years now. So, you became a doctor? I smile slyly. Well, sort of. A doctor of animals. Mom and Dad did not approve of my choice to go into the veterinary sciences, as you may recall, but I won that battle in the end. His own chuckle complements my own. He knows my folks, and he knows their agenda. I am still on speaking terms with them, if you can call it that. They don't support my job or opinions at all, but they are my parents, and I can't hold that against them. He is listening solemnly without reaction, which is surprising to me. I know he had an opinion about this at one point. I'm making ends meet mostly, but enough about me. Tell me about you, Mr. Big Shot Photographer. He looks at his feet with a smile on his face. Grandma tell you about that? Yeah. I have been taking photographs professionally for a little while now, and I have gotten a couple of showstoppers. Some big names here and there have been impressed. I make a fair bit of money from it, just doing what I love to do. Have you seen any of it? Oh, yeah? Clarice showed me things over the last couple years. She and I have spent a lot of time together, and she loved talking about you. She was so proud of your accomplishments. A veiled look of satisfaction crosses his face, and I am reminded of just how much his grandmother meant to him. We talked a little longer about some of the magazines he had been published in. I really loved that photo you did off the beach in, was it Jamaica? Cayman Islands. That was a fun trip. I really enjoyed the tropics. Goodness, what I wouldn't give to go to that beach. It looks so gorgeous. It's not all fun. I obviously work hard to afford to work in places like that. Wrangle big clientele and special requests and such. Travel is fun, but it is also a challenge sometimes. You don't always get to enjoy it. Clarice told me about your traveling. I am still envious. You and Grandma really did spend a lot of time together, didn't you? I'm surprised, given... Honestly, I don't know if there is a single person on this earth that couldn't love your grandma. Oh, I should get going. I have to run back to the clinic and finish up some paperwork. Oh, I will walk you over there. That's very kind, thank you. He nods to someone in the kitchen, and he relieves himself of his apron to follow me out of the cafe. He steps to the side of the sidewalk, closest to the street, and we walk for a moment in silence. He looks across the street before breaking the stillness. Remember when the Sawyers had that special on freeze-dried foods, and all our friends pretended we were astronauts? I smile at the memory. They are still there, still going. No more freeze-dried foods, though. Turns out they don't sell well. No big surprise there. What else has been happening around here? Huh? Nothing much. The ice cream parlor is still on the corner. The movie theater still has discount movie tickets on Tuesdays. And the teenagers still sneak out into the woods off Gold Branch Trail, too. Damn, why did I say that? How did my mind automatically go back to all our old hangouts? He must think I am a lovesick puppy. If he has anything to say about it, he certainly isn't showing any opinions. Of course, a lot has happened over the past 10 years. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Same old Sandy Springs. It's easy to miss this place, he says with a hint of nostalgia. That's why I came home. He looks at me, kind and gentle, like he used to. My heart flutters. I can see why. I almost forgot the comfort of our hometown. Hey, is Joe still down at the farmer's market on Saturdays? Oh, yeah. I laugh. Still wanders around and touches everything but never buys anything. The short 10-minute walk becomes a collection of stories and memories of our quiet little hometown. The sunshine and the cool, crisp air makes our walk slow and casual. Eventually, though, the door to my clinic appears, and I turn to Liam. Well, this is me. Thanks for walking me. It was nice to catch up. It was. I will be around the cafe for a couple weeks if you want to come by again. We share a smile before I turn to unlock the door. With a quick wave, I step inside the building and close the door behind me. I lock the door, trying not to see if he is still outside. I walk into my office and shut the door, leaning my back against the wood. Clutching my chest, I try to catch my breath. My heart is pounding out of my chest. I am not sure whether to be happy that he is back in my life or nervous about what might happen. Can we truly be friends, in spite of our history?
Chapter 7. Liam, I've never been a morning person, so waking up early to open the cafe has been a tough adjustment for me. On top of that, I still feel the ache of losing Grandma, and trying to maintain her pride and joy often fills me with a sense of bittersweet grief. But if there's one thing that helps me get up at 6 a.m. every day, it's knowing that I'll get to see Olivia. She stops by every morning before work for a cup of coffee. Around noon, she stops by for lunch as well. Even when she's wearing fur-covered scrubs and her hair is frazzled from the chaos of her work, I'm always delighted to see her. Recently, I've started going to the clinic to bring her lunch sometimes. I'm not fond of the cacophony of barking and meowing that greets me in the waiting room, but seeing her beautiful smile makes it all worth it. Olivia isn't one of those regulars who gets the same order every day either. She likes to mix things up a little bit. Some days she'll get an iced coffee with caramel sauce, and other days she'll get a piping hot cup of peppermint mocha with whipped cream on top. All right, this is going to sound weird, Olivia begins. It's a sunny morning at the cafe, and her smile is brighter than the sun shining through the cafe window. But could I get caramel and mint flavoring? I've been wondering about that flavor combo for ages. I can't help but chuckle. A little odd, but I'll humor it, I say, grabbing a cup and filling it with iced coffee. I've always loved that Olivia is open to trying new things, even when it comes to mundane stuff like coffee. It's one of the reasons I fell for her all those years ago. Once I hand her the drink, she takes a sip and sighs contentedly. Even better than I imagined, she said. The cafe is empty, and there's a few minutes left before she has to be at work, so she lingers near the counter as I start preparing the sandwiches for the display case. So, can I ask you for a favor? She says. Ask away, I respond. She sets her coffee down on the counter. I'm going to be walking my neighbor's dogs tonight. He's got 2 of them, and they're pretty big, she says. And while I have plenty of experience with handling big dogs, I also wouldn't mind having some company while I do it. I smile, placing a tray of ham and cheese croissants in the display case. Is this your way of asking me to hang out? Maybe, but only if you want, she says with a shrug, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. It'd be a nice way to catch up. And I feel bad about bothering you while you're at the cafe, so... My heart sinks. You have never once bothered me, I insist, placing my hands on the counter and leaning toward her. Don't even think about visiting the cafe any less just because you think you're a nuisance. Talking to you is the highlight of my day, Liv. Though she's facing away from me, I can see the shy smile on Olivia's face. She stirs her coffee with the paper straw and lets out a soft sigh. Well, thank you. I was starting to worry. She glances my way, a warm smile on her face. So, is that a yes or a no to walking dogs with me this afternoon? It's a big yes, I say. What time? I'd say 6-ish. That gives me enough time to get home from work and wash the smell of dogs off of me, she says with a giggle. It's a date, I say half-jokingly. Olivia turns away, too late to hide her embarrassed smile. The rest of the day drags by more slowly than usual. It's hard to focus on work when all I can think about is hanging out with Olivia later this evening. I keep glancing at the clock, yearning for closing time. Ugh, what's that smell? A customer remarks, snapping me back to reality. There's a panini burning. I rush to the grill to rescue it, but it's too late. It's scorched beyond saving. With a sigh, I apologize and start a new one from scratch. Once I close up the cafe at 5:30, I rush home and change out of my uniform. I fetch a comfortable yet presentable outfit from the closet, an old band t-shirt and a pair of worn-down jeans. I head over to the park with a spring in my step. Once I reach the gates, I immediately spot Olivia. Her hair is styled in 2 braids that hang over her shoulders, and she's wearing a zebra print dress with a pair of white leggings and some brown leather boots. 2 massive St. Bernards stand on each side of her, their tails wagging and tongues hanging out. I jog over to her and reach for one of the leashes. "Let me help you with that," I say. "You sure you want that one?" "He's a tugger," she warns. As if on cue, the dog spots a squirrel and darts forward, causing me to stumble. I regain my balance and rein in the leash, my face burning with shame as I hear Olivia's laughter. "Yeah, I'll be fine." I wrap the leash around my wrist. He just caught me off guard. I lead the way down the path, keeping a close eye on the dog as he lumbers ahead of me. "So what have you been up to this past decade?" I ask. Olivia lets out a laugh. "Well, my big accomplishment is the one you already know. Starting a vet clinic takes a lot of time, so that's a pretty big one," she says. She pauses for a moment, as if carefully contemplating her next words. "Aside from work, I've been doing a lot of, blind dating. Mainly organized by my mom." I hold back a laugh. It's sad yet amusing that Lisa still hasn't changed. Even after her daughter has grown up, she's dead set on controlling her love life. "But my mom just doesn't really get what I like in a man," Olivia continues. "Like, one time she set me up with a guy who hated dogs, who sets a veterinarian up with a dog hater. And to make it worse, he blew his nose on the tablecloth while we were eating." "Damn, he sounds like a keeper," I joke, and we both burst into laughter. Truthfully, I'm glad those blind dates haven't worked out. It just means Olivia's heart is still on the table for me. Selfish desires aside, she deserves a man that she loves, not someone that her mom picked out for her. My phone vibrates. With my free hand, I pull it out and glance at the home screen. It's a text from Connor. "You find a wife yet?" The clock is ticking, it reads, followed by a laughing emoji. I roll my eyes. Connor has a point, though. The deadline is approaching, and I still haven't found someone to marry. If I keep dawdling around like this, I'm going to lose the cafe. I glance at Olivia. For a moment, I can't help but wonder what it'd be like to marry her. If I had to marry anyone on a whim, it'd be Olivia. I shake away the thought. Olivia deserves better than a marriage of convenience. That'd be worse than the nose-blowing, dog-hating blind dates. "Everything okay?" Olivia asks. "You got really quiet for a sec." "Yeah, it's fine," I say. "Just got an annoying text from my brother." With a sigh, I shove my phone back in my pocket. I'm not sure how I'm going to save the cafe, but I know better than to rope Olivia into all of this nonsense.
Chapter 8. Olivia. The day is already warm, the sky a brilliant azure blue. The park is busy with the usual picnickers, lunchers, and dog walkers. I jumped at the opportunity when Liam messaged this morning, suggesting he come over and meet me for lunch at the park near my clinic. We are sitting opposite each other at one of the many picnic tables that litter the park. It's my favorite spot under a massive willow tree, which has grown twisted and overhangs the pond. Sounds of children laughing and calling to one another drift across the water from the play park opposite, and there is a bird singing its heart out in the tree above. We've slipped straight into our old game of people watching. Liam is as easy to be with as ever. It's like no time has passed, and it gives me a pang of regret that it never worked out between us. I wave to old Mrs. Hancock, walking her decrepit poodle, one of our regulars at the clinic. "Is this your young man?" she asks. "You look after her, young man." She directs this at Liam without waiting for me to answer. "She's a good girl." "Thank you, Mrs. Hancock," I say loudly. But Liam's just a friend. "We're just having lunch together." "Oh, you young people." "You should ask her out, young man. She's a very nice girl." Liam smiles. "Yes, I know Mrs. Hancock. We've known each other since high school." "Well, enjoy your picnic, won't you?" she says as she wanders on with her little dog on the end of a lead, her walking stick tapping on the ground. My heart is beating fast after this innocent exchange. A massive part of me would love Liam to ask me out on a date, but an even bigger part is screaming caution just being around him. I don't want my heart broken again when he up and leaves. Thank you very much. We sit in an awkward silence for a moment after Mrs. Hancock leaves, both avoiding each other's eyes. "Mrs. Hancock's one of our regulars," I say to break the silence. "Her little poodle Dolly is ancient. She must be 20 years old now." "That's old for a poodle, isn't it?" "Yes, they don't normally make it much beyond 15. I don't know what will happen to old Mrs. Hancock when Dolly eventually dies. I think they are probably keeping each other alive." "Oh, poor old girls." Liam sounds genuinely concerned for them. "How long are you in town for?" I ask. I'm not sure I want to hear the answer. "Well, that depends. My grandmother left an interesting clause in her will." "Oh? What's that?" "Your grandmother always struck me as a very grounded person. I can't believe it can be anything too complicated. She has stipulated that for either myself or my brother to inherit the cafe, we need to be married. Otherwise, the cafe will be sold, and the proceeds go to the town." "Wow, that's a biggie," I say. "I'd hate to see the place close and get taken over by a franchise." "Exactly," he says. "I have so many fond memories of that cafe. My grandma built it up from scratch, but she always was a stickler for tradition. She was always going on at me and Connor to find good wives, even when we were kids." I laugh. I can imagine Clarice doing just that. "So, unless I can find a wife in the next 2 days, I'll probably be leaving sooner rather than later," he adds with a wry smile. "You could always marry me?" It's out of my mouth before my brain engages. I can't believe I said it. I can feel the blood rushing to my cheeks. He looks at me sideways. "Really?" he asks. He has an odd look on his face. I suddenly feel emboldened. "Yeah, why not? We're good friends. We're both adults. And I love Cafe Clementine. I would love to help save it. You are aware it would have to be a real marriage? Fully legal, signing papers, that kind of thing? We can't just say we're married. They'll want evidence. I have butterflies in my tummy. What am I thinking? I could be married to Liam. Okay, so a fake marriage, but even so. I understand that. It's not that big a deal, is it? I wait with bated breath for his answer. I feel very alive all of a sudden. My skin is tingling all over. "I feel like that would be asking a lot of you," he says. "It's a big commitment." "It would actually work for me too," I say. I'm ad-libbing now, the words just rolling off my tongue without really processing them first. I would get to move out of my crappy apartment. I wouldn't have to pay rent. I might even be able to save some money. Come on, Liam, say yes. I can't believe how much I'm wanting this. I thought I'd put Liam behind me, but I feel like a giddy girl on her first date. Think of the Cafe Clementine, I say dramatically and laugh. It breaks the tension that I hadn't even been aware had built up between us, as he laughs and smiles. Okay then, let's get married, he says. We stare at each other across the table. I'm not sure how I feel. It feels like something is curling up inside my belly. I can't quite believe what I've just agreed to. Are you sure about this? Says Liam. Weirdly, yes, very. We can get divorced in a year, he says reassuringly. Oh, right. Yes, yes, of course, I say, flustered. Divorce is easy these days. Hey, this could be fun, us living together. Like old times. The two of us hanging out again. I smile. The lengths we go to save Cafe Clementine, huh? I hope your grandma would approve. I know you're obeying the letter of the will, but it's not really the spirit of it, is it? I know, but I don't want to see the cafe fall into the wrong hands, and there's no one else around for me to marry properly. So what can we do? I try not to show how much his words sting. Well, I didn't think when I got up this morning that I would be on my way to being a respectable married woman by lunchtime, I say. We both start laughing. And I didn't think I'd be coming back to my hometown to settle down in marital bliss, he chimes in. We play around and laugh about it for a while. It feels more than a little odd getting into an arranged marriage, and our laughter soothes the nagging doubt which keeps bubbling to the surface. I better go, I say. My lunch hour is over, I'm afraid. Liam stands and gives me a big hug. Thank you, he says in my ear, then releases me. I walk slowly back to the clinic. My stomach is in knots. My head is in the clouds. I keep finding myself fantasizing this is a real marriage. That Liam and I are truly in love, and he's my forever guy. We are going to build that life that was denied to us all those years ago. Maybe have a couple of kids. I like the name Elsie. I have to keep talking myself down. This is a marriage of convenience, nothing more. We have a divorce already planned. This is no happily ever after.
Chapter 9. Liam. The hallway could be any civil office hallway, anywhere on the planet. They must have a civil office hallway blueprint somewhere, I muse. Plush but hard-worn carpet. Mahogany side table, complete with vase. High-backed cushioned chairs lining the wall. The obligatory framed print of an old farming scene. The sunlight coming in from the opaque glazed door has a washed-out quality. There are dust motes swirling in a stray sunbeam. It feels like the air in here hasn't circulated in 100 years. I absent-mindedly ponder this. If they found a strange and alien planet, would they too have civic building hallways to the same blueprint? Is this a universal phenomenon? My stomach does a flip as I remember exactly why I'm here. I'm about to marry the woman of my dreams. Only it's all a fake. A big fat sham. Maybe if it hadn't been for Liv's mom warning me off, we would already have done this. Only properly. I know I had dreamed of it way back then in high school. I don't know if she had too, but we were never given the opportunity to find out. A massive wave of sadness washes over me at the way things have turned out. I'm hugely grateful that Liv has offered to stand up and help me save the cafe. But this is a long way from the dreams I held so close to my heart all those years ago. The door opens, causing the little brass bell to tinkle and wake me from my reverie. In bustles Ela and Jenna. I stand to greet them. Ela has been working at Cafe Clementine for some time. She is working her way through college. I'm pretty sure she prefers the cafe to her college course. Jenna is the manager at Clementine. She helped Grandma build the place up in the first place. She's known me since I was a kid. I've called them both in as witnesses to our crazy scheme. I figured they both have a vested interest in not letting Cafe Clementine become another faceless franchise. Hello, ladies. I welcome them. Hello, Liam. No Olivia yet? Says Ella. No, I hope she doesn't have cold feet, I reply. Oh, I'm sure she'll come. She is normally a person of her word, Isla offers. You know her well? I ask. Not that well, only as a customer in the cafe, but she always stops and chats. You get to know the customers. It's a small community. All our customers become like family. I smile at the thought that we are not just saving the cafe. We are saving a community network. Yep, it's a noble thing she's doing, adds Jenna. I can't imagine working for a franchise now at this time of my life. We have our ways of doing things at Clementine's. It would be horrible to have to start meeting sales quotas. We've always had a policy of allowing our customers to choose what they want to eat and drink. We don't want to have to start pushing the latest marketing strategy on them. The bell tinkles again, and we turn as one. Olivia looks stunning. Her hair is partly up on the top of her head, and the rest cascades in ringlets around her face. She looks at me and smiles her beautiful wide smile, taking my breath away. But it is her dress that really has my jaw drop and my heart racing. She has exchanged her usual bright colors and prints for a white summer frock. It hugs her figure perfectly at the top and falls away into an exquisitely tailored flared panel skirt. "I thought I'd better look the part," she says brightly. "You've got to wear white if you're getting married." I suddenly feel incredibly underdressed in my shirt and pants. "You look amazing," I manage to sputter. It seems like a pretty lame comment to me. It certainly does not sum up the feelings she's bringing up in me, turning up like that. She smiles and does a spin, allowing the skirt to flare out around her. The heel of her shoe is just high enough to accentuate the curve of her calf without looking gaudy. The girl's got class. I'll give her that. "Thank you," she says demurely. My legs feel a little weak. A door opens further up the corridor and the registrar steps out. She is a prim, middle-aged lady with short, dark hair and eyeglasses. She greets us with a smile. "Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Miss Pillweedy. I will be performing the ceremony today. You must be the bride-to-be, Olivia Kinsley Brown." She steps forward and shakes Olivia's hand. "Yes, that's me." Olivia beams at her. She makes a convincingly happy bride. "And you must be the groom, Liam Evan Miller." "Hi, yes." I reach out and shake her hand. "Come through to my office, everyone. We'll just make sure everyone is who they say they are and take all your details." We all file through, and I have a sudden pang of worry that she knows we're setting up a sham. Once in her office, she looks across her desk at us and smiles. "Do you remember me?" she asks. "I was a teaching assistant when you two were at high school." "Miss Pillweedy! Of course I remember," says Olivia. "You used to help out in English." "That's right. You were childhood sweethearts even back then, weren't you?" We look at each other and grin sheepishly. "It's such an honor to be the one to marry you after all this time. You are living proof that true love is forever." I am stunned. I want the ground to open up and swallow me. I can hear Jenna shuffling her feet behind me. Olivia steps in and saves the moment. "I know. We went off to separate colleges, but as soon as we saw each other again, we knew we simply had to get married." I'm so proud of Olivia right now. I hadn't really thought the whole thing through. I guess we are going to get this a lot. Jenna makes a little coughing noise behind us. "Yes, Olivia has never left my heart," I add. I feel guilty even though I know it's true. After taking all our details, we go through into the next office. I glance at all the empty chairs that are here for an audience. They look back accusingly, making me feel even more of a fraud. They should be full of all our friends and family, the people we love cheering us on into our new life together. I turn my back to them and step up to the dais. The ceremony is very brief, just the bare minimum for us to make a legal joining of our lives together. We had explained to the registrar that we are going to have a big family ceremony later on, but we wanted everything legal now before we moved in together. Once the papers are signed, Miss Pillweedy says we may kiss if we wish. We look at each other awkwardly, then I lean in and kiss her. It's not a full kiss, but it is on the lips, and it makes her look utterly flustered. I hope it wasn't too much. We leave the civic building as quickly as we can. As we walk down the steps, I realize with a rush that the woman of my dreams is legally my wife. It feels hollow, like I've cheated the system somehow.
Chapter 10. Olivia. I love Cafe Clementine. It's my safe space. I've been coming here regularly since I moved back to the area. Clarice, Liam's grandma, always welcomed me like one of the family. She always said Liam was a fool for walking away from me, but he was just a kid. We make silly choices when we're kids. We're sitting here, and I can feel her all around me. She's still here in every cup and saucer, every table. The entire decor just screams Clarice to me. I hope she understands the choice her grandson and I made to save the place, to preserve it and keep it in the family. Jenna brings over a mug of coffee and a slice of cake for each of us. "Thanks, Jenna," says Liam. "And thank you for this afternoon, too. I owe you one." "Anything to save our Clementine?" she replies with a wink. I feel a bit odd sitting with my husband. He obviously feels awkward, too, and avoids my eyes. "Sorry, it feels a bit lame coming back here after getting married, but I have to be somewhere in an hour," he apologizes. "Oh, I don't know. It feels like the perfect place to come back to. At least to me," I say. This place is what it's all about after all. A marriage to save Clementine? I feel almost as if I've married the cafe itself. I finish with a laugh. "Yes, you're absolutely right. Here's to Clementine," he says, and raises his coffee mug. To Clementine, I agree, our cups clinking over the table. "So when do you think you'll move in?" Liam asks. "Only it's my grandmother's house. It's going to need a bit of modernization." Yes, I can imagine. She always was a bit old-fashioned. I can't really imagine her having anything but an old-fashioned house. "Quaint could be the word," he says with a laugh. "Not that you can't move in straight away. It's just not going to be the same as my nice place in California." "That's okay. You should see the state of the apartment I'm in now. It's small and cramped. You can hear the neighbors' kids downstairs, and I swear they never sleep." "Well, it will definitely be better than that. It's a good-looking house with really nice flower beds. We'll have to get a gardener in. I wouldn't have a clue how to look after it." "No, me neither," I say. "It will be amazing having our own yard, though. We'll get a contractor in sometime next week, and maybe an interior designer. What do you think?" "I think I'm in heaven," I say with a laugh. "Great." He smiles at me across the table. "I was thinking of an ensuite off every bedroom. I think there's only one bathroom in the entire house at the moment, and it doesn't even have a shower, just an old tub. Wow, that's going to be cozy for a while. I have visions of rose wallpaper and old chests stinking of camphor. We'll get a contractor in as soon as possible. Don't you worry. Maybe we can go look at the place tomorrow, and you can give me some ideas." "I'd love to," I say. "You can pick out the room you want. Bring some of your stuff with you, if you're ready." When he says that, it makes it all feel very real. "Okay," I say. "Why wait? We need to make this marriage look real," he says. "If we're newlyweds, we're not going to hang around waiting to move in together." That's true. We need to work out how this thing's going to work, you know. We don't want anyone contesting the will because we're not convincing enough. My belly flips as I say this. The importance of making sure we sell our act settles in my bones. "Yes, I agree," he says. "We need to wait at least a year before we get a divorce, I think." My heart plummets at the word. Yes, of course. Longer if we need to, I tell myself not to get pushy. Yes, totally. Longer if necessary. I'm relieved at how rapidly he agrees. How do you feel about not dating anyone else in that time? My stomach flips again. "Yes, that's fine by me," I say with a smile. "Oh, good. I know that's a lot to ask. If we risk anyone catching you out with someone else, it's going to look a bit fishy. I won't date either, of course, to make sure it's authentic." Authentic, yes, I agree. My heart is skipping. Liam has just agreed to be completely faithful to me for at least a year. And no one else can know about this. It has to be our secret, he adds. Clearly, I say. The secret's safe with me. I offer out my little finger as a pinky promise. He takes it, laughing, and we seal our deal. As I pull up outside my crummy little apartment, I'm shocked to see my mom's car there. I think it's only about the third time she's ever visited here. She normally summons me up to the house. She must have heard. I just can't think how. I walk up to her car and tap on the window. "Hi, Mom," I say. "Do you want to come in?" She follows me into my apartment, looking disdainful. I know I put the place down to Liam, but it's not really that bad. Her haughty attitude annoys me before she even opens her mouth. "What on earth are you thinking?" she demands as soon as she's through the door. "I'm pretty sure you mean congratulations, don't you?" I say, prickling all over. "It would be congratulations if you married someone worthy of you, and in a proper ceremony, with your family present." She spits. I get it. All mothers dream of their little girls getting married and all the ceremony that goes with it. But I'm old enough to make my own choices, and I have had enough of her interfering. We had a simple legal ceremony because that's what we both agreed upon and wanted. It was not any kind of an insult towards you. We are moving in together, and we wanted to make everything legal, I say vehemently. He's only been back in town for 5 minutes. You can't possibly know what you want with him, she says with equal venom. I'm 28 years old, Mother. I am plenty old enough to make my own decisions about what to do with my life. So while we're at it, you can stop trying to set me up with people. I'm married now. I stick out my chin defiantly. You're breaking your mother's heart, you know that? No, I'm not. I'm living my life. All we did was have a quiet civil ceremony, because that is what we both wanted and agreed upon. It was not done to upset you. You look so lovely in white, my darling. I just want what's best for you. I can see the steam is going out of her now. I can't really blame her. I hope if I ever have a daughter, she would never do to me what I've just done to my mom. But I also hope I would always encourage her to make her own decisions. She left me little choice by not supporting my decision in the first place. We sit and have a cup of tea. I can tell she's still upset, but underneath she loves me deeply. She just has an odd way of showing it sometimes. As she leaves, she turns in the doorway. "Okay, congratulations," she says. I hold my hand up. "Mom, you are not allowed to but at this point." I can tell this knocks the wind out of her sails. Okay, she says. I'm always here when things go wrong, though. Remember that. I laugh. "Okay, Mom. Thanks." I shake my head as I shut the door behind her. Later on, I'm lying in bed with my head spinning. I am married to Liam Brown. I am Mrs. Brown. It's my teenage dream fulfilled. It's funny what life throws at you. Fake love? Baby, ain't nothing fake about what you're about to feel.
9 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of passion, drama, and the kind of chemistry you can't fake.
Oh, these couples swear it's just for show. Fake fiancés, pretend dates, contracts and schemes. But baby, when the sparks start flying, somebody's catching feelings.
Enemies turned lovers, friends turned more.
And listen here, this ain't no skimpy sample pack. You're getting the whole buffet. And right now, it's already sitting pretty at 70% off.
Take a look at VixAvaughnRomance.com.
Hot Fauxmance. I fake do. This diva don't do I do easily. Only serve it up if you deserve me. Playeress. A fake Southern fiancé. Fake lover. Faux love. Wife for hire.
The Fake Love Romance Audiobook Bundle. It's time to play pretend and never look back.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 11, Liam. As much as I love my grandma, her aesthetic choices have never been my taste. If she's looking down on me right now, I can trust that she'll understand why I don't want pink floral wallpaper and farmhouse-themed decor in my home. Looking around with fresh eyes at the house I've inherited from her, I realize the place needs a thorough makeover. Home improvement has never been my strongest suit, so thankfully, I have enough money on hand to hire some people that'll get it done. In a matter of hours, the house is no longer an elderly retreat and begins to look suitable for a newly married man in his 20s. By the time Olivia is done with work, the men have already headed out and left behind a pleasant, modern home. It's not finished, but it's a start. She arrives with her car's trunk and backseat stacked to the brim with moving boxes and suitcases. I hurry out to help her before she can even get out of the car, insisting that I'll carry the heaviest bags and boxes for her. "So, what do you think?" I ask, placing the last of the suitcases on the floor with a grunt. I wipe the sweat from my forehead and gesture to the living room. Does it feel like home? Olivia walks into the empty living room, wringing her hands. "It's a good start," she says, glancing my way. "But I think it needs more furniture." "I agree," I say. "We'll get that taken care of before you know it. I just wanted to focus on the walls and decor first. And I had to get rid of my grandma's old couches, so we'll buy some new furniture first thing tomorrow." "Oh, I like those couches," Olivia pouts. "They were covered in plastic, too. They were probably as good as new." I scoff. "No amount of preservation would make those couches any less hideous," I say. Olivia merely rolls her eyes. "Anyway, I was thinking you could have the master bedroom," I continue. "I'll be fine sleeping in the smaller guest bedroom." "What?" "No, you should get the master bedroom," Olivia insists. "You're the one that's going to live in this house after we divorce." "Which is exactly why I think you should have it," I respond. "I'll have plenty of time to enjoy the master bedroom. You should get to enjoy the nice big room while you're here." "I don't need all that space." Olivia sighs. "Besides, I like smaller rooms. They're cozier." I decide I'll let her have this one. "All right, fair. You'll get the small bedroom then." Satisfied, Olivia crosses her arms. It's almost adorable how stubborn she can be at times. It's a little after 6 when I check the time on my phone. "Anyway, do you want to have some dinner before we unpack?" "I don't know about you, but I can't work on an empty stomach." "Sounds good to me," Olivia says. "I'll warn you, though, I'm an awful cook." "That's totally fine because I'm not," I say with a grin. "Just because you're my wife now doesn't mean you have to cook for me, you know? It's not the 1950s anymore." "Fair point," she says with a shrug. "Then get cooking, hubby." With a laugh, I lead Olivia to the kitchen. She sits at the table and scrolls social media on her phone as I check the fridge for ingredients. "You still like macaroni and cheese?" I ask. Olivia raises an eyebrow at me. "Are we talking about the box kind or the homemade stuff that you bake in the oven? Because those are two very different things." I pull out a carton of milk and a brick of cheddar cheese. "Homemade. I never make my wife eat macaroni with powdered cheese in it," I say with a chuckle. "Then yes, I love mac and cheese." Olivia grins. "Then that's what we'll have." I put a pot of macaroni on to boil and begin shredding the cheese. This recipe has always been one of my guilty pleasures. It's unhealthy but super delicious and brings back pleasant childhood memories. Once the oven is preheated, I place the ingredients in a casserole dish and combine them. I top everything with some breadcrumbs before placing the dish in the oven. "Where'd you learn to cook anyway? In high school, you could barely make a peanut butter sandwich," Olivia teases. "So it's a little surprising that you're suddenly a master chef." "I had no choice but to learn when I was in college," I say with a shrug. "After a certain point, you get sick of eating instant noodles. My roommate was a culinary major, so he taught me everything." "Lucky you. I had to live off the mediocre food they served at the dining hall," Olivia says. "My roommate was always out partying, so she wasn't around to teach me how to cook. She was a physics major anyway." I chuckle. "You didn't go out partying with her?" Olivia shakes her head. "Of course not. I was focused on my schoolwork. Getting a good GPA is tough when you're out drinking and having sex every weekend, and vet school is very competitive. My parents won't believe it, but it's generally harder to get into a veterinary program than an MD program." I raise an eyebrow. So you didn't fool around with boys in college? Olivia averts her gaze. I mean, I dated some guys. Fooled around a bit too, but it never lasted more than a week. I just didn't really want to date, I guess. That surprises me. Sure, Olivia has always been career-focused, but I'd assumed she'd had at least a few serious relationships after we broke up. Knowing that she hasn't given her heart to anyone else gives me a feeling I can't quite parse. Was she still in love with me? The thought lingers for a moment before I shrug it off. No sense thinking too much about Olivia's love life. Even if she did have some lingering feelings for me during college, those feelings are probably long gone. Soon enough, the oven beeps. I turn it off and put on a pair of oven mitts, retrieving the casserole from the oven. The top is nice and crispy, and the cheese is melty and gooey. It looks amazing. I fill up 2 plates with hearty servings of macaroni and cheese and place them on the table. Olivia's eyes widen as she reaches for her fork, taking a huge bite. Damn, that's good, she says, wiping her mouth on a napkin. The trick is to use sour cream and a dash of paprika. I take my first bite. I've outdone myself tonight. The sour cream makes it nice and gooey, while the paprika adds a little smokiness. Noted, she says, going in for another forkful of macaroni. If I had known you could make mac and cheese like this, I'd have married you sooner. Both of us burst into laughter. We continue chatting lightheartedly as we finish up our meal. We both go for a second serving, and when we're satisfied, I put the remainder of the macaroni and cheese into the fridge. Once we've finished eating, we get to work. I help Olivia unpack all of her belongings, and damn, she has a lot, and put together her new bed. She'd suggested bringing the bed from her old apartment, but I insisted that she deserved something fresh and new. Soon enough, her humble little guest room looks like an actual bedroom. We've unpacked all of her boxes and suitcases, and as a result, we're both super exhausted. Satisfied with our work for the day, we decide it's time for bed. We change into our pajamas and brush our teeth together in the bathroom. The domesticity of it makes my heart pound. Night, Liv, I say as I head to my bedroom. Olivia glances back at me with a smile. She's in her pink nightgown, her makeup washed away so I can see her face at its most natural. It's beautiful. Sleep well, she says before heading into her room for the night.
Chapter 12. Olivia. Good morning, Olivia. Liam smiles. His hair is still wet from his shower. He smells like Old Spice. It is the same thing every morning. We have fallen into an easy routine. It makes my heart skip a beat as every day passes. We have already been married for just under a month. Everything about it just feels so right. The way his hands feel as they settle on my hips. How I lean against his chest as I finish making our coffee. The French press is by far my favorite kitchen appliance, even if the Keurig is on the other side of the counter. Good morning, Liam. I hand him his coffee as he walks by. He does not have to kiss the side of my head, but he does anyway. The soft touches and gentle caresses in public are one thing. We are really trying to sell this marriage. But in the privacy of our own home, he does not have to. I should tell him to stop, but I do not. Did you sleep well? He asks, slipping his shoes on. I pull my jacket on and grab my purse. Then I take my own coffee in my hands. As always. Getting that new mattress was a good idea, I tell him as we step outside. It is the same thing every morning, though the conversation differs from day to day. Coffees in hand, we get in the car and drive down to the cafe for breakfast. Liam gets the same thing that he did every day in high school. Ricotta pancakes with honeycomb butter. Clarice's recipe. I am positive that it is still one of the more popular items and will never be changed. Sitting across from him with my own eggs Benedict. It is hard to imagine things differently. I mean, aside from the time. It has been 10 years since we last saw each other. I have only been back in Sandy Springs for 3 years. But in that time, I have set my roots firmly. My parents made good on their plans and are renting my old condo to college kids, though being in the cafe with Liam. I wonder where we might be if he had never left me. "I'll see you for lunch," he asks. I pull out my phone and open my calendar. Yes, I don't have any appointments between noon and 2. Sometimes our schedules do not match up as nicely. We either do not get to eat together, or it happens later in the afternoon. After breakfast, we go our separate ways. We share a chaste kiss outside of the cafe, and it warms my heart. My stomach flutters every time. Lunch is always an adventure in something new. Not that there are many new restaurants that have opened in town. Most of the stores are the same as they were in high school, owned by the same people, with the same staff. Sandy Springs is almost trapped in time. "Do you just want to go to the cafe?" he asks when I step out of the back room at lunchtime. Liam is always on time, whether lunch is at noon or later. He is always standing in the reception area waiting for me. "I thought you wanted to finally try that new Mexican restaurant in the mall," I tease. Liam laughs, rubbing the back of his neck. "Sure, let's do that." He says it like I had to really work to convince him. He is back at the end of the day with the car. He picks me up from work, and we go back home. It is still strange being inside the house without Clarice. There is so much of the elderly woman in every corner, despite his attempts to remodel. Liam and Connor have started going through her things, but there is a lot left to do. Photographs still line the walls, both family photos and ones that Liam took. There is one that he even autographed for her. I think it is a copy of the one he first entered in a contest. An urn sits on the mantel. Though it has her name on it, it is empty. Clarice's ashes are in the same columbarium shelf as her husband and daughter. The evening is just as much of a routine now as the rest of the day. As soon as we get back, Liam drops onto the couch with a loud sigh. He has been on his feet all day. We both have, though mine is broken up with a couple of hours at my desk doing administrative work. He leans back with an arm draped over his eyes. I get up to have a shower. "What do you want to do for dinner?" he asks through the bathroom door. "Did anything get taken out?" I retort, knowing the answer. I did not take anything out, and the chances that he remembered are just as slim. Instead of answering, Liam laughs. "Do you want me to order Chinese?" he asks. I cannot help but laugh. Chinese sounds wonderful. Getting out of the shower, I make my way to the bedroom. I pull a pair of sweatpants and a baggy t-shirt out of the dresser. I hate how happy he still makes me. That I feel comfortable enough to just be myself. I do not have to be Olivia Kinsley Brown, daughter of Lisa and Jeffrey Brown. There are not expectations inside these walls. But this is not real. We had our chance at a real life together, and he left it behind. Left me behind. As much as I can see us this way for the rest of our life, it won't be. Still, I wonder if we would have ended up here eventually, if Liam had not broken up with me all those years ago. I know that nothing good will come thinking like this. I just have to be content with the fact that I have this now. Playing pretend is not so different from when I was a kid. I used to play house all the time with my friends. I was always the mom, making sure that my pretend kids and husband had everything they needed while still maintaining my own career. That is what we are doing now. Just one big game. The prize is Liam gets to keep his grandmother's cafe. I know that I should not be getting too comfortable. "Olivia, food is here," Liam calls up the stairs. His voice is so soothing, a deep, calming baritone. "Coming?" I call back. I quickly run the brush through my hair. I find my slippers half under the bed before making my way downstairs. Liam has everything laid out on the coffee table. It smells delicious. "Do you want to watch more Friends reruns or pick something else?" He scoots over to make room on the couch. I sit down next to him and start putting beef and broccoli on my plate. "What season are we on?" 4. Out of 10, Liam answers. He leans forward and picks up a deep-fried wonton. I wrinkle my nose as I watch the crumbs fall to the floor. We will have to pull the vacuum out later. We might as well keep going. We're almost halfway done. You're right. He grins, pressing play. I need to get a grip. Despite how hard my heart is trying to tell me that I want more, there cannot be more.
Chapter 13. Liam. As the cafe door closes behind Olivia, she looks over her shoulder at me. She offers a smile that hits me in the chest. It's not a polite, see you later look. It's more like an, I just want to look at him one more time sort of expression. Usually, if we're not too busy, I try to walk her back to the clinic after lunch. Since we're in the middle of a surprise lunch rush, she has to make the journey alone. While I'm happy that my grandma's business is doing well, I'm even happier to have witnessed that smile. I remember the first time she looked at me like that back in high school. We just started dating a few days before and still hadn't kissed yet. At the end of the day, we stayed late to help set up for the upcoming dance. After an hour of debating where to hang streamers and banners, we went to meet her mom out front. On her way to the car, she turned to wave goodbye. The sparkle in her eyes sent shockwaves through me. I couldn't believe how lucky I was to have someone as beautiful as her actually want to date me. We kissed for the first time at that dance. He's doing it again, Isla says, carrying a pair of steaming mugs to a table. Her voice clears the fog of romantic nostalgia from my mind. Who's doing what? I ask. You, Jenna says from beside the register. She's sorting through a stack of checks and jotting numbers down in a little notebook. What am I doing? I ask, confused. Ela returns from the table and leans against the bar. She has a wide, obnoxious smile on her face. Swooning, Jenna answers, not looking up. You were swooning. You swoon. I frown, trying to figure out what they mean. Doesn't that mean you're about to faint or something? Depends on the context, Jenna says. Besides, I wouldn't blame you if you did faint. Liv is freaking incredible. I smirk in agreement. Not everyone can retain the spark that makes them so special after graduating high school. The endless pressures of the real world have a way of grinding people down until they barely resemble their younger, more idealized selves. Not Olivia, though. If anything, all her hard work and self-reliance have made her more radiant. For a moment, I feel like a lucky high school kid again with a world of possibilities in front of me, all gravitating around Olivia. Then guilt grips me like a vice. I'm letting myself get swept up in the charade. It isn't fair to me or Olivia. Can you stop it? Ela asks. I have a stupid amount of homework tonight, and I'd like to get out of here at a decent hour. Swoon over your wife later, you goof. I hold my hands up in defeat and get to work clearing a few tables. The cafe keeps me busy for the rest of the day, but I'm only half here. The rest of me is trying to figure out how I feel about this situation with Olivia. First, I break up with her using a note. Now I marry her as a scam to keep my grandmother's cafe. It doesn't feel right. Olivia is too good a person to give up a year of her life to a guy who dumped her a decade before, just so he can retain control of the family business. I need to show her how grateful I am and how special she is to me. On her next day off, I suggest we go out and buy some things for the house. This is your home too, I tell her, and I think you should make it as you as possible. As we browse an antique store, I tell her how happy I am to be doing this. Really? She asks, examining a lamp. Yeah, I say. I mean, I'm so used to my home being the place I go to sleep and store my gear. Without you, I'd basically be living in a big storage locker. She chuckles at that. Well, you know I'm happy to help, she says. Besides, you're not the only one benefiting. If I had to spend another month in my apartment, I was going to tear down one of the walls just so I wouldn't feel so claustrophobic. We both laugh and continue to browse. After paying for some rustic side tables and a full-length mirror, we pack them up with the rest of the day's purchases. If we buy anything else, I'm going to have to rent a truck, I say, carefully closing the back door so I don't damage the mirror. I didn't go overboard, did I? Olivia asks, sounding genuinely concerned. I rush to reassure her. No, not in the slightest. I'm just thinking we could call it a day and take a walk. Is that cool? Sure, she said, beaming. I'd love that. Great, just a sec. I grab my camera bag out of the car. Hey, is that the famous camera you used to photograph all those amazing people and places? Olivia asked, almost jumping in place. Am I going to get to see the master at work? I remove the camera and start attaching the lens. Not only that, I say, but you also get to be my latest subject. Without any preparation, I snap a picture of her, giving her no time to think. She's laughing in genuine surprise, the wind blowing a strand of dark hair in front of her face. It's the kind of spontaneous and natural reaction most photographers dream of creating. Once she has a chance to recover, we begin our walk. Our conversation flows effortlessly, both of us pointing out landmarks and sharing memories. Occasionally, I stop and catch a snapshot of her, and she plays along willingly. Had she decided to be a model, she would have been one of those faces you saw on every magazine, billboard, and commercial in no time. That is how gifted she is in front of the camera. The fact that she followed her medical dreams instead, choosing to help sick animals rather than convince people to buy expensive makeup by making them think it would make them look as incredible as her, only makes her more radiant. Before I know it, we're in front of the high school. No way, I say with a laugh. Would you look at that? Mount Vernon? Feels like it's been forever and no time at all since we were here, doesn't it? Olivia asks. An idea hits me. Hey, do me a favor, I say, jogging a few feet to the main doors. I want to take one more picture, okay? She puts her hands on her hips. Aren't you tired of taking my picture? She asks. I can hear the false modesty in her voice. Never, I say, and feel a comfortable burning in my gut. I wonder if she can hear how much I mean it. Okay, turn around and start walking to the sidewalk, I direct. She chuckles and walks. Right there, I call out. She stops. Great. Now give me a kind of half-turn, like you're on your way somewhere but want to steal one last glance at me, I say. Got it? She rolls her eyes and nods. I bend my knees a bit and make sure she's perfectly in the frame. First, she has her back to me. The second I begin snapping pictures, she turns. Her eyes look directly down the lens as if making eye contact with me. My heart spins. There's the look that tells me I'm the luckiest man alive.
Chapter 14. Olivia. Today was an absolute blast. I can't remember the last time I had such a good time. Liam hasn't changed a bit. He's the same charming and vibrant person he used to be. I can't help but feel lucky to be married, real or fake, to someone as wonderful as him. Even if it has to end, these are moments I will cherish forever. After the best day ever, I want to do something special for him. We walk inside, laughing our heads off at some joke Liam made getting out of the car. I look towards the kitchen and become inspired. Hey, I am going to make dinner. I need you to disappear for a little while so I can do it. You are kicking me out of my own living space? His grin fills his face. You better believe it, mister. Now go. Go, go, go. He makes a sad, pouty face at me, like I hurt his feelings. I stick my tongue out and scrunch up my nose. He chuckles, his eyes bright with humor. I can't help but watch him leave the room. I have decided that I am going to attempt to make the pork cutlets that Auntie Jane, my old housekeeper, used to make. We both used to love that meal in our younger days. It would be such a treat to be able to share with him again. I start getting everything out for the meal and prepping everything out on the counter. I know the recipe by heart, but the execution will be the tricky part. I get most of the way into the preparation of the meal when I smell something burning. As I turn to look at the stovetop, I see that I have seared the pork beyond recognition. There is black smoke billowing from the pan, and suddenly the smoke detector goes off. Liam comes bolting from the other room, eyes round as saucers. I have taken the burning pan off the flame, but I am paralyzed with indecision, surrounded by the smoke. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, I yelp. Liam has already sprang into action, clicking on the exhaust fan over the stove, opening a window, and then taking the dejected food outside. I slump down in the nearest chair with my head in my hands, ashamed. I barely notice when Liam comes back in with the empty pan. I leave you alone for 30 minutes, and you try to burn the house down. I see you wanted to surprise me with dinner, but I am not into charcoal briquette. He laughs at his own joke, but I don't move. He drops the scorched pan in the sink before walking over to me. Liv, it's okay. He squats down in front of me, peering up at my downcast face. He takes my hands, and I look up at him. Arson isn't your strong suit, so we will have to make dinner plans after all. His goofy grin makes me smile in spite of myself. He could always turn my storm cloud back to white. He lifts me from the chair into a hug, which I easily melt into. How about I order up some pizza? He speaks softly into my hair. I rest my chin on his shoulder. You read my mind. I can feel the smile break out on his face. It is wonderful to be wrapped up in his arms, but am I getting in too deep? I slide my hands down to his forearms as a cue to release me, but he is still holding on to me. My heart flutters when I hear him inhale deeply, his nose still buried in my hair. He breaks the contact and immediately moves to the fridge, opening the cabinet above it to a decent selection of wines. Then he opens the door to the fridge and roots around in there for a minute. I watch him mystified. I almost burnt his house down. Good freaking job. Wine or beer? He looks over his shoulder at me. My trance broken. I look at him with fresh eyes. Wine, please. Pinot Gris if you have it. You got it, babe. My cheeks heat, and I'm grateful he isn't looking at me. The cork pops behind me as I go sit on the large sofa. A moment later, Liam appears and plops down with me. I take the glass he offers me, having a quick sip before letting my glass rest on my leg. Liam knows my preference in pizza, so he just orders the pizza on his phone while we sit. I take a larger sip of the wine and feel the cozy heat roll down my throat and rest in my belly. Pizza should be here in about 30 minutes. Thanks. I open my eyes and turn my head to face him. Liam is looking like a Greek god, face chiseled like marble. It sends a chill down my spine. He's my husband, just like I always dreamed. The food arrives, and we dig in. We joke about the local pizza place and how it used to be the coolest spot in town. We reminisce about the time spent there, with friends or just each other. Remember the time when we thought we saw that actor from Star Wars? Oh yeah, and the time we had to hide from our folks after sneaking out. And that night they did the 1950s sock hop. Before I know it, we have 2 empty bottles of wine collected on the countertop next to the discarded pizza boxes, with a handful of slices left inside. It feels like the good old days as I lean in and touch his arm. He loops his arm around me and pulls me closer to him. I push away, and he pulls me back. This time, he pulls me all the way into his lap. Our noses are just inches apart, and my heart is beating out of my chest. I can smell his cologne, and the air is thick with anticipation. He brushes a strand of hair out of my face and cups my cheek with his hand. I suck in a shallow breath and lean in, but Liam backs off. Embarrassed, I slide off his lap onto the couch. Without making eye contact, I stand up. It's getting late. I'm gonna head to bed. Thanks for dinner. I'm sorry I messed up the pork. Oh, yeah, no problem. I had a really great day, Liam. Thanks. Of course. Good night, Liv. Good night. I make a hasty exit to my room and throw myself down on the bed. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Of course he didn't want to kiss you. This is all for show. My head rationalizes the situation away. This is a business deal, not a relationship. This is professional, not personal. This is a marriage of convenience. He gets the cafe, I get a nice place to stay, and save on rent. so I can pour my money into the clinic like it desperately needs. This is for the best, right? My heart, on the other hand, is feeling like it got hit by a dump truck. 10 years ago, we would be alive with passion, rolling around, exploring each other's bodies like an expedition. Tonight, we are in our separate rooms, trying to forget what happened. I'm trying to erase the feelings that came with the moment. The passion that hit a wall and shattered, leaving me surrounded with broken glass. My heart needs to get in the game with my head. This is not a relationship. I can't help but want it to be.
Chapter 15, Liam. I open the cafe this morning and make myself a quick Americano before taking a seat at my desk in a daze. I can't stop thinking about Liz and what almost happened last night. We were both a little drunk. That's the only explanation I can come up with for now. She probably wasn't even thinking about us that way. No, she couldn't be thinking about us the way that I was thinking about us. I can't even lie to myself and say that I didn't want it to happen. I wasn't too drunk to not realize what I was doing or what I was feeling. I wanted to kiss her. So badly. Hours go by while I pretend to work, getting a little done. Eventually, I take a sip of my coffee and realize it's gone cold. Hey, how was your day? Liv smiles brightly when I pick her up at the clinic later. She even looks eager. It was fine. I try to hide my hesitation. I can't tell her that I spent the majority of it thinking about her, how much I wanted to kiss her, and how much I wanted her to want to kiss me too. So I was thinking we could do Chinese for dinner. I've had a taste for some fried rice all day, and there's this cute little spot not far from here. That sounds delicious. My smile isn't fake anymore. All it takes is seeing the way her eyes light up. The way she can be so passionate about something as simple as getting Chinese food is enough to warm my heart. Liv has always been like this. At home, I take a quick shower and get dressed to go. We meet again in the living room and head out. Liv doesn't seem nearly as awkward as I feel. The Chinese spot is very quaint. It's full of life, culture, and heavenly smells. We're seated in a booth near the kitchen, and we go ahead and order 2 bowls of fried rice. Olivia gets shrimp. I get chicken. Anything to drink? The waiter places a special drink menu in front of us. We have a happy hour deal going on for dinner. Just water is fine. I look at Olivia and try to read her face. Yeah, water is good for me too. We hand the menus back and thank the waiter. This place is cute, right? Liv asks after the waiter walks off. You were right, it's really nice here. I look around and take stock of the plants all around and the lanterns hanging from the ceiling. Our waters are brought out to us, already frosted with condensation, and I take a few nervous gulps. Was I too insistent on getting water? Did she notice? Are we doing this on purpose so what happened last night can never happen again? We devour our rice. It has the perfect mix of flavors and spice. It's so good, in fact, that we don't say a word the whole meal. Wow, that was amazing, I say, leaning back in the booth. Do you think you have room for dessert? I saw that there was mochi on the menu. Olivia flashes a mischievous smile. Do we dare? If you dare, I double dare, I say with a chuckle. Well, if you a double dare, then I triple dog dare. She narrows her eyes and purses her lips before throwing her head back and laughing. I join her. If she's feeling at ease, then so should I. If she's not broaching the topic, then neither am I. We don't have to talk about it. I'm off the hook. I should be relieved, shouldn't I? We get our mochi dessert. I go with strawberry and she gets green tea. The combination of creamy and gelatinous is an interesting feeling, but satisfying nonetheless, and exactly what we needed after a savory meal. The rest of the week is more of the same. It's almost monotonous, and she never brings up our moment from before. I guess she really doesn't care about me trying to kiss her. It's such a nice day outside. Today's a Saturday, and the way the sun is shining makes me want to get outside. You want to go to the park? Liv turns to me with a smile that says I just read her mind. She's wearing a short-sleeved sundress. It's a golden yellow that accents her brown skin perfectly, simple yet elegant. Absolutely. Excellent. The walk is enjoyable enough. Even though the sun is beating down on us, a cool breeze keeps the temperature bearable. We spend over an hour at the park and get on the swings when the families with children are gone, even though it makes us dizzy. And still, the whole time, no mention of the kiss. It's starting to drive me a little insane, actually. There's no way Liv just brushed it off. Am I really the only one thinking about this? I can't believe that. It's not that I care about the kiss so much. I just wish I knew what she thought. The next Monday, after we both had busy days at work, Liv suggests a pizza parlor, which takes me right back to that night. I don't want to tell her that it is too soon for me to even think about pizza, because that's ridiculous. It's just food. Context shouldn't matter this much. We go to Il Bucato, one of our favorite pizza parlors, and take an outdoor table. As great as it would be to pair our pies with beer or wine, we turn it down again and just get sodas instead. The night is beautiful. The pizza is delicious. The sodas are perfectly carbonated. And I am with the most beautiful girl in the world. Liam, where'd you go? Liv has been talking to me this entire time. I didn't hear a single word. Huh? I can feel my face growing hot. I grab my Sprite and drain the rest. Sorry. Are you okay? I'm gonna run to the bathroom really quick. I get up to make a hasty retreat. I splash my face quickly with water and inspect myself in the mirror. I look flustered. Great job, Liam. She probably saw right through you. I try to get myself together. It's not like I can stay in here. She'll probably come looking for me any minute. I dry my face and regulate my breathing as much as I can. But I can't regulate my thoughts. What if I slip up again? This isn't what we agreed on, and I'm sure it's not what she wants. I rejoin Liv, whose face lights up as soon as she spots me rounding the corner. I smile despite myself. I smile because, fake marriage aside, Liv is back in my life. We finish our pizza, and of course, we get dessert, a decadent chocolate lava cake split between the two of us. Just do whatever you can to keep her, I resolve.
Got 30 minutes? Then, baby, you've got just enough time to fall in love. Get your heart broken, and maybe have a toe-curling moment or two.
Introducing the Lunchtime Listens Romance Audiobook Bundle.
Enemies to lovers, hot hookups, bad boys who don't knock. They kick the damn door in.
Short, spicy, addictive. Perfect for your commute, your lunch break.
And you already know, we don't do full price around here. Get 85% off 28 full-length audiobooks right now with extra steamy and extra savings.
Because lunch breaks are temporary, but book boyfriends are forever.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 16. Olivia. It's been a quiet day, so I'm spending a bit of time checking stock and placing orders. I'm about to call one of our suppliers when Amanda, our receptionist, comes to find me. "We've got Mrs. Hancock in with Dolly," she says. "That's odd." "I didn't see her in the book," I reply, puzzled. I don't normally miss these things. "She's not in the book. Dolly keeps having seizures, and she's come in with her grandson, Eric. He had to carry the poor dog for her." My heart sinks. We've been keeping Dolly alive by the skin of her teeth for so long now. I was beginning to believe she was immortal. But seizures are not good in a dog of any age, let alone Dolly's advanced years. "I'll be right there. Tell them to go straight into the examination room. As soon as I see Dolly, I know it's not good. Her frail old body looks sunken, and there is a pool of vomit in the corner of the box they carried her in." "It's not good, is it, dear?" says Mrs. Hancock sadly. "It doesn't look good, no. I agree. Let's give her a quick examination." In my heart, I know it's pointless. but I go through the familiar routine of listening to her heart and lungs and looking in her eyes anyway. If there is even the slimmest chance I can pull Dolly through, I have to take it. None of my findings are good, however. Her lungs are full of liquid and her eyes are dilated. Mrs. Hancock, I'm so sorry. I don't think we can pull her through this time. I'm trying to hold back the tears, telling Mrs. Hancock the news. It would not be professional to start crying in front of the clients, however sad I feel. I know, dear. I knew when I came home and found her like this. My poor little Dolly. She's had a good life. Putting animals to sleep is the hardest part of my job. Even when they're as old as Dolly and have had a good long life, I have to psych myself up for it. I bring a chair in for Mrs. Hancock and arrange Dolly on her lap while I get the meds together. I have to take several deep breaths before I can give her the injection. Dolly looks up at me and wags her tail. It's like she's telling me it's all right. She knows she has to go. I love you, Dolly. It's all going to be okay, says Mrs. Hancock in a shaky voice. And then she's gone. I feel an overwhelming sense of sadness wash over me. I don't know what Mrs. Hancock will do without her faithful little companion. I'm glad she has her grandson with her. He seems dependable enough. He says he's going to dig a hole in her garden for little Dolly. I'm very glad I have no more appointments for the rest of the day. Both Amanda and I feel bleak. We both try to get on with some work, but soon realize the futility of it. Dolly has been a regular feature for so long, with her regular visits and checkups. It feels like losing one of the family. By the time I leave for the day, I'm exhausted. I feel drained of every last drop of energy. Even though it's not that far, the drive home seems endless. I have to turn the radio off because all the songs are either super happy or super sad, and I can't cope with either right now. I just want to get home and curl up in a little ball of misery. When I get home, Liam gives me a hug as soon as I walk through the door. I'd messaged him and told him what had happened. He remembered Mrs. Hancock and Dolly from the park when we met them. "Come on, I've got a treat for you," he says. "Something to distract you." He leads me to the living room. I give him a wan smile when I see what he's done. He has set up a projector and pulled all the cushions off the sofa to make a nest up on the floor. On the coffee table are a selection of my favorite snacks. It's such a sweet and kind thing to do. I remember him doing other sweet things when we were in high school when I was upset or worried. He would set up a picnic somewhere and distract me with a special treat. I find myself overwhelmed with gratitude. Before I know it, the tears are streaming down my face. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you," he says, his voice full of concern. "I can pack it up again. I just wanted to distract you from your sadness. But if you just want to rest..." No, I love it. It's such a nice thing to do for me. Thank you." He gives me another quick hug, then tells me to go get a shower and put comfy clothes on. I do as he says, letting the steaming hot shower wash away my grief. I'm so glad a shower was the first thing to be fitted in the house. I love the way the power of the water obliterates all my thoughts. I feel so much better. I come back downstairs, wearing my old comfortable pajamas. Come on, I've got a couple of old black and white movies lined up. You do still love them, don't you? Liam is already in front of the projector screen, reaching into the snacks. Oh yes, they simply don't make them like they used to anymore. I come and sit next to him on the floor. He casually puts his arm around my shoulder and gives me a squeeze. It feels so natural I can't help warming to him. We settle down in front of the projector. It's exactly what I need. It's the only way to watch old classic movies. There's something about seeing them projected onto the silver screen that speaks to the romantic in me. We pick at the snacks and talk about inconsequential things. It feels like old times, when we were together before. I want to express how much I've missed this in my life, but the words don't want to come out. I know I should be maintaining my distance from Liam. I know I should be guarding my heart. but I can feel myself falling for him all over again. I just wish he'd stop sending such mixed messages. Having pulled away from me the night of the kiss, yet he is now opening the door for us to get close again. It's confusing. Not that I'm complaining. It is such a thoughtful thing to do. Maybe he is simply being nice because I've had such a bad day. Maybe I shouldn't read too much into it. We're both sitting on the floor, leaning against the sofa wrapped up in blankets. As the evening wears on, we seem to gravitate closer. Before long, I have my head on his shoulder. It feels good. Then I notice his breathing getting heavy, and I realize he's asleep. "Liam, you big sweetie," I say in a whisper. "You know how to make a girl feel better." I snuggle into him, a smile on my face as I gently drift off to sleep beside him.
Chapter 17. Liam. It's that slow time of day at the cafe. Lunch hour has wrapped up, and customers are few and far between. The employees are taking advantage of the lull in business, relaxing and chatting with each other. Meanwhile, I'm in the kitchen preparing some sandwiches to kill time. The display case isn't even close to being empty yet, but once rush hour starts up around 4 o'clock, I'll be thanking myself for getting ahead. The only downside to mindlessly preparing food is that it allows my mind to wander. And lately, my mind has been returning to the same thing. Olivia. Our fun movie night together had brought back memories of our high school relationship. Her beautiful smile had lit up the whole room, and I cherished the contagious sound of her laughter as we watched her favorite corny movies. Last night had been nothing short of magical. I didn't want it to end, and I felt so disappointed when I realized I had drifted off, and we finally had to head up to bed. I know I'm heading into dangerous territory. If I keep this up, I'm going to start yearning for this marriage to be real. But damn it, how can I help myself? Olivia is just irresistible. She's a feast for the eyes, a delight to hang out with, and has a lovable personality. Not to mention she's drop-dead sexy. As much as I hate rush hour, I'm starting to wish it would come already. At least I'll have a distraction from my non-stop thoughts about Olivia. It's hard to daydream about your returning crush when you're surrounded by nagging customers. Just as I head out of the kitchen to put out the sandwiches I've prepared, I hear the bell above the door ring. There are 3 familiar faces standing by the entrance: Milo, Jason, and Anna. It's been ages since I've seen my old friends. We sort of drifted apart after college, and while they've clearly changed a bit, I recognize them in an instant. Jason's unmistakably tall, and with the bright red snapback on his head and huge white grin, anyone could spot him in a crowd. He's wearing a sleeveless hoodie that shows off a huge tattoo of a fire-breathing dragon. The colors are vibrant on his white flesh, and the skin around it is slightly red, so it's likely new. Milo was an incredibly shy black man when I first met him. Judging by the way he stares at the ground and nervously plays with his dreadlocks when he walks into the cafe, it's clear that aspect hasn't changed much. He used to only wear dark colors when we first met, but when I noticed the rainbow bracelet on his wrist, I suspect he stepped out of his comfort zone in recent years. Anna, who also happens to be my ex-girlfriend, is the shortest of the 3 and has a presence bigger than the 2 men combined. Her confident stride, loud voice, and winged eyeliner suit her bold personality. She's wearing a flowing sundress with a peach-themed pattern, which flutters around her pale legs when she spins to face me. "Liam!" she exclaims. A huge grin spreads across her face as she clasps her hands together. "Hey, guys!" I rush past the counter to meet them at the entrance, and they all embrace me. "What are you guys doing in Sandy Springs?" "Well, we are headed over to Georgia for the Atlanta Film Festival," Milo begins once he pulls away from my embrace. "Because someone worked on one of the amazing films that they'll be showing," Jason cuts in, giving Milo a playful nudge. Milo smiles sheepishly and nods. "Yeah, one of my films is going to be showing at the festival," he says. "It's just a little claymation thing, you know?" "That's awesome, dude," I say, giving Milo a playful nudge. "Claymation is hard. Don't downplay it." His grin widens. "Thanks. It was a lot of work, but I'm proud of how it turned out." he says, averting his gaze. Anyway, I saw an ad online for the Lantern Festival coming up this weekend, so that's why we're in Sandy Springs this week. It seemed like something fun to do before we head to Atlanta. I'm surprised to see you hanging around here, though. I thought you moved away from Georgia a while back, Anna says. Yeah, I did, I say, rubbing the back of my neck. But I came back to Sandy Springs when my grandma passed away a few months ago, and shortly after that I inherited her pride and joy. I gesture around myself at the cafe. Damn, I'm sorry about your grandma, Jason says, patting me on the back. Milo and Anna both nod sympathetically. It's pretty sweet that you were able to get the reins of her business, though. We should try to spend some time together while we're in town, Miles says. We're here until Sunday, so let's make the most of it. Maybe we could go to a bar tonight, Anna suggests. There seem to be a lot of good ones around here. That'd be fun, I say. And while we're at it, I would love to introduce you guys to my wife, I add, bracing myself for their reactions. No way, you got married? Jason exclaims. Milo's jaw drops and Anna's expression darkens. Yup. Not too long ago either, I say with a shrug. I reunited with my high school sweetheart, and after a couple days, we just knew we were meant to be. You mean Olivia Brown? Milo asks. I nod. That's the one. Who is that? Anna asks, raising an eyebrow. I haven't met her, but Liam told me they were super in love back in high school, Milo continues. Anna looks a bit uneasy at hearing this. I feel guilty for not telling her about Olivia back when we were dating, but she was always a jealous person. It would have only led to conflict if I had told her. Damn, you guys must have been soulmates, Jason says. Congrats, man. Thanks. It's been pretty tough since Grandma passed, I say, my heart aching slightly at the memory of her. But Olivia's made things a little bit brighter for me. You guys are gonna love her. She's a delight. Honestly, I think Olivia would fit in perfectly with my friend group. Like Jason, she's got a great sense of humor. She's sensitive and kind like Milo, too. And Anna is a huge fan of dogs, so she'll probably have a lot of questions about Olivia's career. I hear an employee clear her throat, reminding me that I'm still at work. I head back behind the counter. Did you guys want to order something? I ask. Yep, Jason says, pulling his wallet out of his back pocket. We were just stopping in for some caffeine. It's been a long drive. As I serve up 3 large cups of iced hazelnut coffee, I overhear Anna mumbling to Milo and Jason. Don't you guys think it's kind of weird? She says in a hushed tone. Right? I'm not going crazy. Liam's been back in Sandy Springs for 3 months, and he's already married. That's not like him. It's been a while, Anna, Milo says. Maybe he's changed since you last saw him. Nothing wrong with that. You've never dated him, though, Anna sighs. I know Liam better than you do, and something's not right with him now. I kinda agree, Jason says, but Liam's a grown man, and he doesn't let people walk all over him. That's exactly why I'm worried, Anna says. This isn't like him. And I'm honestly kinda suspicious of this Olivia girl. I bite my tongue. Anna's right. In normal circumstances, I'd have never married someone on a whim. And if I'm being fair, I can see how suspicious my marriage looks to everyone around me. But if it means saving the cafe, I'm fine with looking a little bit foolish.
Chapter 18. Olivia. See, that wasn't so bad, was it? I say in a sing-song voice as I drop the nail clippers on the examination table. It took a lot of determination, patience, and my own blood. But after roughly 20 minutes, I was able to trim this cat's nails. Now that I'm finished with her, she's a trembling mess, and there's fur all over the examination table. Some people think I prefer dogs over cats, but that just isn't true. However, there's no denying that cats can be pretty feisty, and they're not afraid to use their claws. Now that I'm finished with this cat, I have one appointment left for the day before I can head home. I clean up the mess the cat left on the counter and offer her some freeze-dried chicken treats as an apology. She accepts them without hesitation. Once I usher her back into the kennel, I put some alcohol on the scratches the cat had given me and cover them with some bandages. I'm so sorry about her behavior. She just gets so scared when she's at the vet. The owner sighs as he takes the kennel back to the waiting room. Don't even sweat it. I've had much worse patients in my time, I say with a dismissive wave of the hand. I spot my next patient in the waiting room, a massive saint. Bernard named Daisy, who belongs to a sweet elderly couple. According to the vet tech, she's in for a suspicious lump her owners found on her stomach. Normally, Daisy is a delight to care for. She's incredibly affectionate, and as long as I give her a treat, she's willing to hold still when I examine her. But today she needs an ultrasound for her stomach, so she's been fasting all morning. I'm expecting her to be extra cranky and fussy, so I brace myself for another tough examination. All right, Daisy, I say, gesturing for her owners to follow me. Let's get this show on the road. Getting Daisy on the table is a challenge. Normally, it's not necessary for her examinations, but I'll need her to lay on her back so I can access her belly. It's going to be a two-vet job. Fortunately, with some help from my assistant, a new graduate named Tony, we're able to pin Daisy down on the table. There, girl, I coo as I fetch the bottle of ultrasound gel. Daisy is whimpering and squirming in Tony's grip. This is going to be over before you know it. Just hold still so Dr. Liv can get you checked out. Things are going just fine until I apply the ultrasound gel. Daisy clearly doesn't like how it feels because she immediately starts barking and squirming the moment I apply it to her belly. Hey. It's okay, I say in an attempt to calm her. Tony is looking nervous, especially when Daisy snaps her jaws in their direction. Could we maybe switch places? Tony asks timidly. I'm having trouble keeping Daisy still. They have a good point. Tony is a talented assistant, don't get me wrong, but they're 5 feet tall and probably weigh a scant 90 pounds. Asking them to hold down a 100-pound dog probably isn't the best way to go about this. You know how to do ultrasounds, right? I ask. Tony nods, and I hand over the ultrasound wand before we switch places. I approach Daisy and firmly hold her in place as Tony gets to work. Daisy is whimpering and attempting to escape, but thankfully, I'm able to keep her in place. The only thing is, Daisy is drooling a lot. So much that I can literally feel it soaking through my lab coat and scrubs. I shudder. Dog drool usually doesn't gross me out, but when it's this much, it's hard not to feel slightly nauseated. It feels like hours before Tony has finished the ultrasound, but in reality, it was probably closer to 5 minutes. I guide her down from the counter and she hurries over to her owners, who coo affectionately at her and give her comforting pats on the head. Great job, Daisy, I say, though it's far from the truth. I still make sure to praise every dog after a tough examination, regardless of how much they obey. Scolding them will only frighten them more. I have Tony give Daisy a couple of dog treats while I head into the other room to examine the ultrasound. To my relief, it's nothing serious like the owners had feared, just a lipoma. At least all of this chaos has led us to some good news. So I've looked over the ultrasound. I begin as I return to the examination room. Daisy is burying her face into the older woman's lap, refusing to look at me. Thankfully, it's nothing too severe. Just a lipoma, which is a non-cancerous fatty tumor. It seems like it's been causing her some digestive issues, so it might be best to have it removed. We wrap up the examination and schedule a surgery date for Daisy. Once that's out of the way, I'm ready to head home. I go straight to my car and climb in, letting out a huge sigh of relief. After such a rough day, all I want is to go home and shower. Hopefully Liam is already working on dinner. To my disappointment, Liam's car is gone when I arrive at the house. I guess I'll be having takeout tonight. I rush to the bathroom and immediately remove my slobber-soaked clothes, throwing them in the laundry. I run a warm bubble bath and throw in a bath bomb as well. Just when I climb into the warm water, my phone buzzes. It's Liam. I reach for my phone and answer it. Hello? Hey, Liv, Liam greets cheerfully. You busy right now? I just got in the bath. So kinda. Exhausted from work, too, I say, cupping a handful of bubbles in my free hand. That's fine. I'm just out with my buddies right now, he says. Anyway, I was thinking you could come to the bar with us tomorrow night. They really want to meet you. That'd be nice. I sink deeper into the bubble bath, taking in the pleasant smell of jasmine and cherry blossom. I'd love to meet them. Great. I'll see you later tonight then. Enjoy your bubble bath, he says, hanging up. I set my phone aside and sigh. I have no idea what Liam's friends are like. As much as I want to meet them, the idea also makes me a little nervous. What should I wear? Should I bring them some kind of gift? I've never been that good at meeting new people. What if they don't like me? In the end, it shouldn't matter that much. This marriage is only temporary after all. But on the other hand, I want to enjoy it while I can, so it's better if I make a good impression on Liam's friends. Once I'm done with my bath, I go through my closet and search for an outfit to wear. I love my animal pattern dresses, and Liam does too. But what if his friends think they're weird? I could wear something more simple, like my solid purple sundress, but I haven't worn it in ages, and the fabric has gotten so worn down that it isn't very comfortable anymore. And what about my hair? I could just wear it down, but I'd love to do it up all fancy with some beads and bows too. With a sigh, I close up the wardrobe and change into a nightgown for the time being. Whatever I end up wearing, I hope it makes a good impression. Liam always talks so fondly about his friends, and I'd love it if they could be friends of mine too.
Chapter 19. Liam. The whole drive to the bar the next day, I'm beaming with excitement. I've been overjoyed catching up with my friends this past week. Now that I'm introducing Olivia to them, it's going to be even more exciting. Olivia has dressed up wonderfully. She's wearing a pink and white paisley sundress with a ribbon belt around the waist. She'd spent a lot of time mulling over what to wear, so I'd helped her settle on that one. Her hair looks stunning, too. She styled it into 2 neat French braids, complete with a few pearl bobby pins. She's also painted her nails pastel pink and sunny yellow, the colors alternating on each finger. I'd be proud to show her off no matter what she's wearing, but when Olivia is dolled up like this, it's hard not to feel even more excited about introducing her to my friends. In a way, bringing my new wife to meet my friends makes our relationship feel all the more real. And sure, maybe it's just a marriage of convenience. But at the same time, it's hard to not enjoy being Olivia's husband while it lasts. It's going to make the loss even worse when we have to break it off. But I'm no stranger to that feeling. I'll manage. We reach the bar a little after 8. As we head inside, all my friends are already crowded around at a table, laughing and chatting with each other. Anna spots me before anyone else does, and she immediately brightens up. "Hey, Liam!" she calls, and everyone else turns their heads our way. "Hey, dude!" Jason says, and Milo waves from beside him. They all have half-empty glasses in front of them. Looks like they've already started drinking. I gesture for Olivia to sit down in the booth first. Once she slides in, I sit next to her. Anna, who's sitting across from me now, rests her elbows on the table. "So how have you been doing, Liam?" she asks, a warm smile on her face. "Pretty good, honestly. Especially now that you guys get to meet my honey bunny," I say with a teasing grin, giving Olivia a playful nudge. She rolls her eyes at the nickname. "Oh, you guys are so sweet," Anna says. "What did you say her name was? Olive or something?" Milo rolls his eyes. Before I can correct Anna, Olivia speaks up. "It's Olivia," she says. "But I like to call her Liv," I add. Olivia looks slightly annoyed by this addition. Maybe she doesn't want anyone else calling her Liv. I give her an apologetic smile. "Anyway, this is Jason, Milo, and Anna," I continue, gesturing to each friend in order. "Nice to meet you guys," Olivia says, twirling one of her braids around her finger. "Liam's told me all about you." "Liam's told us a lot about you too," Jason says. He's never struck me as the type of guy to get married on the spot. You must really be a keeper, huh? Anna bites her lip as if she's holding back a laugh. I'm not sure what to make of that. We all order a round of drinks. Olivia's not sure what to choose. She doesn't get out a whole lot, so I recommend a pina colada. So what do you do for a living, Olivia? Milo asks, stirring his drink with a straw. Before Olivia can respond, Anna answers for her. You told us she was a vet, right? Olivia clears her throat. Yep, I'm a vet. I started my own clinic a few years back, in fact. It's hard work, but I love doing it. That's sweet, Jason says. Man, I always wanted to be a vet, but I'd hate getting scratched up and bitten all day. You're stronger than I am. He laughs. Well, we wear protective gear that keeps that from happening. However, she gestures to the claw marks on her hands. There's only so much it can do. It's only the most feisty patients that leave me with injuries, though. I had a really angry cat the other day. Don't you worry about cat scratch fever, Anna cuts in. Seriously, I had that as a kid, and it was awful. Olivia looks down at her hands. I mean, that disease mainly affects children, doesn't it? And like I said, protective gear prevents scratches most of the time, so... Anna takes a sip of her drink. Maybe, she says, her tone somewhat dismissive. I'd never have the balls to do a job like that, though. I'd hate coming home smelling like dogs every day, too. She turns to me, her expression softening. Anyway, how are things going at the cafe? She asks. It's going pretty great, especially now that I'm getting the... I pause, feeling a foot touching mine underneath the table. I glance down and realize it's not Olivia's, but Anna's. Hang of it. I pull my foot back. Anna's always been flirty when she's around me. It's just the type of girl she is. But she seems to be playing it up even more than usual now that Olivia's around. I'm not sure what to make of it. That's pretty cool. It's so sweet of you to take over your grandma's business, Anna says, resting her hand on my arm. I move my arm away. I wanted to. She meant a lot to me, and I grew up helping out at that cafe. I'd hate to see it get sold to someone who doesn't care about it. I glance over at Olivia, but she's browsing Instagram on her phone right now. Olivia's a big fan of the cafe, too, I say, giving her a little nudge. She always gets the most creative coffee combinations. Maybe one day she'll help us write a menu. Writing a menu takes a little more than having weird taste in food, Anna says. She brushes a finger across my arm again, sending a reflexive shiver down my spine. If you ever need help with that, I'm your girl. I have a lot of experience with cooking, you know? Oh, that's nice of you, I respond. Anna has really dialed up the flirty behavior tonight. Most of the time I'm able to shrug it off, but at this point it's starting to get annoying. Still, everyone seems to be having fun. Maybe it's better if I just go with the flow. I can't help noticing that Olivia hasn't said anything in a while. Her eyes are glued to her phone's screen, her expression unaffected by the conversation going on. You doing all right, Liv? I ask in a hushed tone. Anna's cut her off quite a few times, so I wouldn't be surprised if she was feeling left out. Olivia glances up at me. Huh? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just a little tired. You know how alcohol does that to me sometimes. She smiles softly, reassuring me that everything is all right. And I had a long day at work, too. Yeah, I guess so. I kind of forgot about that. I tap my fingers on the table and sigh. There's a part of me that wishes Olivia was more annoyed by Anna's flirty behavior. What kind of wife lets her husband's ex flirt with him? Maybe I'm expecting too much of her, though. After all, this whole thing is merely a marriage of convenience. I shouldn't be expecting her to show jealousy, especially when she's only my wife in the legal sense. Besides, maybe I'm looking too much into Anna's behavior. Maybe I'm just more aware of it because Olivia is around. After all, Anna is my ex, so she's probably just more comfortable around me than she is with Milo or Jason. So with a sigh, I take another sip of my drink and lean back in the booth. This marriage is fake, and I shouldn't expect more from it than Olivia's already giving me.
Chapter 20. Olivia, that was really nice. I clutch Liam's upper arm in my hand as we walk to the car. He nods once in agreement. Everyone seemed to love you, and I don't blame them. He lightly pushes his elbow into my side, and I can't help a soft laugh that comes out as he wiggles his eyebrows to accentuate his point. Well, I really like them all too. A look of pure glee is scrawled all over Liam's face. I can tell this was really important to him, and it makes me happy to have made his day. He straightens his back a bit more, and there's almost a spring in his step, like a cartoon character. When we reach the car, I let go of Liam's arm. He opens the door for me like a true gentleman, smiles and all. Thank you. You're welcome. His tone is light as the door closes behind me. Today was good, but something did nag at me. Anna. I watch Liam walk around to the other side of the car, and I have to consciously stop the bubbling questions from escaping. I don't want to overwhelm him, or God forbid, insult his friend. I tried to keep my cool the best I could and pretend I didn't notice the way Anna acted, like she didn't know my name, or scooched in closer to Liam whenever they were talking to each other. Even his other friends looked uncomfortable, and it makes me wonder just how long this has been going on. He flops down into the other side of the car, and the station we were listening to on the drive over starts up again. Liam buckles up his seatbelt as he chats. I buckle mine too, and we're off. The radio covers any silence between us with a jaunty tune. While Liam pulls out of the spot, my brain is starting to swirl with questions. It's pitch black outside, and the only people on the street are the same as us, all trying to get home after a long night. It was always nice to see the town like this, especially back in high school when we would sneak out and just walk around. It's changed a lot since then, growing and getting more popular, but the streets are all the same. Watching the town pass us by quiets my mind, but not for long. It doesn't take long for a question to tumble out of my mouth. A soft start to what will hopefully not be a hard conversation. Your friend Anna. How did you two meet? Liam's face doesn't change, and when he explains, he seems happy enough. I hope he doesn't catch on. I don't want to seem jealous, and I really don't want my questions to come across like that, but I need to know. Anna, we met in college, like the first week I got there. She was on the same floor as me and in a bunch of the same classes. Why? His face turns to look at me inquisitively. My lips part slightly, but all that comes out is a breath. I don't know. Was that question weird? How do I explain it? My first thought is to lie, say it was just a random question, and ask how he met the other two. The other option, of course, is to tell the truth. Admit that I want to know if they had dated and if she was always that touchy. But the second one will make me seem jealous. I am his fake wife, someone that someday won't be obligated to see him anymore. So why am I acting like this? Before the truth can come out, I shut it down and box it away. Luckily, whether it is the alcohol or just the natural flow of the night, Liam picks up on the silence and covers it himself. I know she seems flirty, but that's just how she is. It's nothing. She does that to everyone. You'll get used to it. Do I want to get used to it? My shower a few days later is freezing cold, even colder than I usually have it to wash my hair. I still feel hot because I'm absolutely seething. It's like an audio clip plays in my head, drowning out the music blasting on my speaker and distracting me from rinsing out the shampoo. I think back to that first night I met Anna and saw how she was. I wish I could feel like then, when I really did think maybe she was just a little touchy. But I'm at my limit. Ever since then, we've hung out with his friends every day. At first, I was more than happy to tag along. Everyone except Anna was really nice and always tried to include me. The boys would always tease Liam and try to embarrass him, but it felt like he always had a good comeback. They all seemed like they really liked Liam and I together, and were just toying with him because they wanted me to know all the dirt about my husband. I liked that. They really respected our relationship and still kept their bromance pure. Anna, though, would tell stories about how she and Liam locked themselves in his dorm all night and how the RA had to separate them. She told me how Liam loves her cooking and she knows what his favorite food is, what his favorite beer is, how she would make such a better wife than me for him. Well, she didn't say that part, but she might as well have. Regardless, by today, I am fed up with Anna. What started with gentle flirting is turning into full-blown ownership. It would be more subtle to piss on his leg like a dog and tell me that he is her territory. It's getting ridiculous. Even thinking about it now, while my brush rakes through my hair, makes me want to explode. Anna is coming out later tonight, because of course she is, and I don't know if I'm really going to be able to hold back. I could actually explode, and I might if something doesn't change. What bothers me most of all is Liam doesn't even seem to care. He knows she's flirty and touchy and all over him, and yet he brushes it off like it's just another thing. Like I should get used to it. Like he really doesn't care about how seeing that might make me feel. And tonight it's another get-together, another bar, another evening of watching her practically crawl in his lap while Liam does the bare minimum to stop her from kissing him. Seriously, if she stuck her mouth even an inch closer, they would have kissed on Wednesday. I know she's his ex, and it's nice they're still friends, but I'm his wife. At least that's what the papers say. I wonder if he would have kept me around the same way if we broke up differently. The thought weighs heavily in my mind, but just like my still wet hair, I wring it out with my towel and tie it up for later. We didn't break up that way. And I would have never stooped as low as to be so pettily all over him. And that's the difference between Anna and I. Oh, honey, subtle is not on the menu. This bundle, it's big, it's bold, it's extra as hell, just like you deserve.
9 full-length audiobooks, 12-pack abs, billion-dollar bank accounts, and a whole lot of filthy over-the-top love.
We're talking possessive bad boys, jealous billionaires, growling alpha males who act like you hung the damn moon. And the steam? Baby, it's off the charts.
These men don't flirt. They claim.
And guess what? This beautifully chaotic romance buffet is already 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40.
Click the link, use the code, and dive into the messy, crazy, all-consuming love you've always dreamed of.
The over-the-top romance audiobook bundle, because too much is never enough.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 21. Liam. Oh, this is going to be so cool, squeals Anna. We have to get lanterns and walk with the parade. I simply can't wait. This is so exciting. Yeah, we should get there early or all the lanterns will be gone, I reply. I've spent the afternoon checking over my cameras and equipment. It's such an amazing photo opportunity. And it's right here on our doorstep. I used to love the parade when I was a kid. It always looked like a magical walking dragon of light. I would love to capture the essence of that in my photographs. That feeling of being transported to another realm. Somewhere mythical that exists just behind the fabric of this reality. I'm ready, says Anna, her usual enthusiastic self. Can I help you with anything, Liam? She adds. I can't help but notice the sideways glance she shoots toward Olivia as she says this. No, I'm good, I reply. I like to make sure I'm traveling light for this kind of thing. You can't be spontaneous if you're weighed down with too much equipment, or you have to stop and ask someone to pass you something. Okay. Well, let me know if I can carry anything for you, won't you? She says, completely ignoring the fact that I told her I didn't need help. I shake my head. That's so Anna, always wanting to be useful. I'm not feeling too good, says Olivia. I might sit this one out. I don't know what's wrong with her at the moment. She seems pissed at me all the time. I can't help it if I have a history with Anna. "Oh no, you poor thing," says Anna, sympathetically pouting. "You better stay here till you're feeling better." Olivia glares at her and walks out into the kitchen without saying a word. "Be nice," I hiss at Anna as I follow Olivia into the other room. "What's up, Liv?" I ask. "You can't seriously still be pissed at Anna? I told you, this is just how she is." "I just don't feel great," she says lamely. "Come on. You can't miss the lantern parade. I won't let you," I say. "Besides, the pictures will be boring if I'm just taking them of Anna." "Oh, okay. I'll go get changed quickly and come. I couldn't let Anna steal the show, could I?" Olivia looks stunning when she comes back downstairs. She's wearing a white shirt and a black and white pleated skirt. On her feet, she has white ankle socks and pumps. She looks sporty and casual and, as always, carries it with impeccable style. "Oh, don't you look darling," says Anna. "You look like you're going on a school outing." "It can be quite a long night, Anna. You may regret the heels by the end of it," Olivia says sweetly. "I can walk for miles in heels. It's one of my talents," replies Anna. "The things we do to look good for the camera, right?" I notice what Anna's wearing for the first time. It does look a bit impractical for the lantern parade. She has a red silk dress and matching red high-heel shoes. Still, if that's what she's comfortable in. "Okay, let's go then," I say to break the tension. The parade is everything I remember it to be and more. All my photography training has taught me to view the world from a different angle. The brightly colored lanterns come alive in front of my camera. Anna doesn't miss a chance to pose for the camera. She has obviously spent a lot of time pouting in front of the mirror with her butt sticking out. She pulls the pose a lot. It's becoming a little annoying. I always try for natural shots, but every time I turn around, there's Anna. She grabs me by the arm and pulls me away from Olivia. "Come on, this will be the perfect picture," she says, dragging me towards the fountain. I look over my shoulder at Liv. She looks a bit annoyed, but she waves me off. Anna poses on the edge of the fountain, holding her lantern so it reflects on the cascading water. She pulls her usual pout. "Hey, Liv," I call. "Let's get one of you over here." Olivia comes over and sits quite naturally on the edge of the fountain, putting the lantern down next to her. She has a faraway look on her face. I manage to snap off a few pictures before Anna sits next to her, putting her arm around her shoulder and crossing her legs to show off her high heels. I notice as the parade winds down the hill that Anna is leaning on me more and more. The times that she does let go of my arm, it looks like she's limping a bit, but trying to hide it. I wonder if it's because of her high heels. I really don't know how women walk in them. They must be so uncomfortable. As we arrive down at the river, the air cools and the parade comes to an end. It always feels like a bit of an anti-peak as the people start to disperse, the lanterns slowly winking out. "That was so much fun," Anna says, beaming up at me and leaning quite heavily on my arm. Olivia puts her hand to her head like she has a headache. "Do you remember when we were together?" says Anna. "You used to take those sexy pictures of me. I bet you still have them somewhere. You'll have to get them out so we can look at them again." She giggles and leans into my arm. "That's it! I'm done!" snaps Olivia. She turns and strides off into the woods, lantern swinging by her side as she walks. "Wait here," I say, dragging my arm out of Anna's grasp and hurrying after Olivia. Olivia is fuming as I catch up to her. "Hey, Liv, calm down," I call. She turns on her heels, glaring at me in the lantern light. "If you so much as think about telling me that she's not being disrespectful, I'll scream," she says through gritted teeth. "Yes, okay. She's being a little over the top," I start to say. "She's more than a little over the top. She's being completely rude. She doesn't know our marriage is fake. She thinks we're actually married. And she is all over you." "Look, I'm not interested in Anna. I keep telling you that. Just ignore her. You may not be interested in her, but she's definitely interested in you. Asking you to look at sleazy photos of her from college. She's being totally disrespectful of our marriage." "So what? Why should it matter to you?" "Because it does. Because it's rude. Because I'm your goddamn wife and you should defend me. My heart lurches. She is absolutely right. To hear her defend our marriage like that snaps something inside of me. Before I can stop myself, I grab her around the waist. "Come here," I say as I drag her into me and kiss her passionately. For a second, she resists. Then I feel her body yield to me. She meets my passion with her own. Her arm snakes up around my neck, and her fingers twine into my hair. It feels so good to have her body pressed against me. Hot, insistent, needy. I slide my hand up and under her shirt, her bare skin beneath my hand sending paroxysms of pleasure shooting through my body. It's a long time before we separate.
Chapter 22. Olivia. Our lip lock ends with a gasp. I slap my hand over my mouth as it burns hot. My eyes are impossibly wide as I stare at Liam in shock, and he retreats. We just kissed. What was I thinking? I can't. We can't. Yet the hand that just covered my mouth now grips his shirt and yanks him forward. We collide roughly and he kisses the regret out of my body as his lips dig into mine with determination. He's kissing me like he wants to get to something, like he's reaching past my lips and down into my soul. My heart races harder with each second that goes by, our hands climbing over each other. He walks me backwards until my back hits a tree, and then he presses me against it until there's no room to gasp for air. I love it. I need more. More? Liam questions. I realize that I spoke out loud. Yes? Grasping my hand, Liam leads me to where he parked. My cheeks are hot. My heart races, and neither of us hesitates to initiate another session of kissing once we're in the car. It feels like my skin is on fire. I reach for the hem of my shirt. He notices what I'm trying to do and grabs my hand. But instead of helping the fabric fly over my head, he takes my hand away. No, he insists. Not yet. Not here. My confidence shatters. Rejection starts to seep in, but his hands cup my face, and he kisses me. No one else gets to see? His eyes finish the sentence for him when his lustful stare journeys down my body. We undoubtedly run a few red lights and skirt around a couple stop signs on our way home, but neither of us critique his driving. We don't say anything about stumbling out of the car or tripping up the stairs. In fact, nothing is said as he struggles to unlock the door. It slams shut and I turn to lock it, but Liam grabs my waist and pins my face against the solid wood. His hands move up, taking my shirt with them. "You have no idea," he growls out. "No idea how sexy you are." Well, things are heating up here. You know what to do. Go to BWWM to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story.
Chapter 23. Liam. I wake up to the warmth of Olivia's body pressed against mine. It's moments like these that make me feel grateful to be alive. Her tousled hair falls across her face, and I can see she's a little unsure of herself. I reach out and gently move the strand of hair away from her face, and she looks up at me with a shy smile. "Good morning," I whisper, leaning in to place a soft kiss on her lips. "Good morning," she replies, snuggling closer to me. I wrap my arms around her and hold her close, enjoying the feel of her body against mine. For a moment we lay there in silence, enjoying each other's company. The morning sunlight streams through the window, casting a warm glow over our bed. It's a peaceful moment, one that I want to hold on to forever. Finally, I break the silence. "Do you regret what happened last night?" I ask, afraid of the answer. Olivia shakes her head, her eyes meeting mine. "No," she whispers. "I don't regret anything." Relief washes over me and I pull her even closer, my heart bursting with love. She's so gentle, so loving, and I can't help but feel grateful for every moment I get to spend with her. "Did you enjoy it?" I wonder aloud. Embarrassed, she buries her face into her pillow, but still nods her head yes. I think for a moment before apologizing, which draws her attention back to me. I shouldn't have been so rough, I explain with a frown. I should have taken my time. Her hand comes out to caress the side of my face. You know what I'm sorry about? My stomach drops, but I wait for her to tell me. Not doing this sooner. Her fingers trail toward my mouth. If you want to take your time and be gentle, do it now. Now? My eyes shoot up to hers in surprise. She smiles softly, shyness returning, and begins to pull her hand away. I take her wrist and bring her hand up for a kiss, then use it for leverage as I push her onto her back and prop myself above her. She smiles again, and it stuns me. How can she be so damn beautiful? I move down to kiss around her belly button before trailing further down her navel and letting my tongue slide through her folds. She moans, and her hips lift from the mattress. Her fingers slide into my hair, and she begins to circle my tongue with her hips, chasing after that pleasure. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from BWWM. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story.
Chapter 24. Olivia. When I'm curled up at Liam's side after an hour of passionate sex, I'm as happy as can be. If I could, I'd spend all day right where I am. Obligations be damned. But although I'm not working today, Liam still has a cafe to run. So after a few minutes of cuddling and catching our breath, he pulls himself upright and climbs out of bed. "Don't go," I whine, reaching for his hand. Liam smiles warmly. "I gotta work, Liv. As much as I'd love to spend all day in bed with you, the cafe needs me." He cups my face and kisses me on the forehead. "But you're welcome to join me in the shower." His compromise sends a shiver down my spine. I immediately kick off the covers and roll out of bed, following Liam to the bathroom. He can't help but chuckle at my enthusiasm. Liam turns on the shower and sets it to the perfect temperature. The bathroom air is cold, so I step into the steaming hot shower right away. As the water hits my back, I let out a sigh of contentment. My body is sore and sweaty from having sex, but the warm shower water is a perfect remedy. A few moments later, Liam steps into the shower and pulls the glass door shut. He then tugs me into a tight hug, resting his head on top of mine. If I wasn't so worn out, I'd initiate another round of sex. I've always wanted to try doing it in the shower, but I'm exhausted, and so is he. So instead, I close my eyes and rest my head against his chest, listening to the sound of his beating heart. Liam reaches for my shampoo and pours it into his palm. The refreshing scent of hibiscus fills the misty air. He massages it into my scalp, his strong fingers running through my thick mane. "Do you want to come to the cafe with me this morning?" he asks as he reaches for the conditioner. "I'd love to keep spoiling you while I'm on the clock." My heart flutters. "I'd love that," I say with a nod. After we finish up our shower and get dressed, we head to Cafe Clementine. It's a warm and sunny day outside. According to my phone's weather app, it's going to stay that way all week. I gaze out the window from my passenger seat, the warm sunlight shining on my face. I've never felt more content. When we reach the parking lot, Liam gets out of the car and opens the door for me. With a smile on my face, I extend a hand his way, and he helps me out of the car. "I've got to check on things in the kitchen," Liam says as he leads me into the cafe dining room. "But I'll bring some breakfast out to you before long. It'll be on the house." I rest my chin in my hands once I'm seated in the booth. "That sounds perfect. Surprise me with something." "Sure thing. I'll get creative with it," Liam says with a wink. Soon the smells of coffee and pastries fill the cafe. I lean back in my booth as I browse social media on my phone, sighing happily. You and your wife seem pretty perky this morning. One of Liam's co-workers remarks in the kitchen, the amusement heavy in his tone. What have you guys been up to, huh? Wouldn't you like to know? Liam scoffs. I bite back a giggle. Normally, nosy behavior like that gets under my skin, but I'm in such a good mood right now that it's more funny to me than annoying. Footsteps approach the table, and I immediately look up from my phone, assuming it's Liam. But instead I meet eyes with Isla, who has a somewhat puzzled look on her face. Morning, Isla, I say, setting my phone aside. Her expression softens. Morning, Olivia, she says, tapping her fingers on the table. Stopping by for breakfast? Yep. But don't worry, Liam's already taking care of that, I say with a wave of my hand. All right, good, she says. She briefly glances at the kitchen and then turns back to me. You know, I've never seen Liam this energetic so early in the morning. He's always a zombie until at least 9 o'clock, she says. You have any idea why he's like this today? I suspect Isla already knows the answer to that question. Regardless, I'd rather not outright say it. I think he's just starting to enjoy working at the cafe, I respond. I've helped him get the hang of his new sleep schedule too. Isla gives me a skeptical look, but to my relief, she doesn't push the conversation any further. She shrugs and heads back into the kitchen. Once she's gone, Liam heads into the dining room with my breakfast, a turkey, pesto, and cheese ciabatta roll with an iced mocha coffee. He sets it down on the table in front of me and kisses me on the cheek. Thank you. I return the kiss, clasping my hands together. This looks so good. Of course, dear, Liam says, putting emphasis on that last word. As he heads back off to the kitchen, my heart flutters in my chest. Today's off to a great start. I have no work, I'm eating a delicious breakfast, and my relationship with Liam feels more genuine than ever. As I take a sip of my coffee, I can't help the smile that spreads across my face. Evening rolls around, and once Liam gets off work at 6, we head over to a local Chinese restaurant for some dinner. We'd agreed to meet up with his friends again. Admittedly, I'm not super excited about seeing Anna again, but spending time with Liam and eating some good food will make it worthwhile. We arrive at the restaurant with our hands entwined, quickly spotting the table where Liam's friends are sitting. Jason and Milo wave to us, while Anna immediately averts her gaze upon seeing me. Hey guys, Jason says as we sit down. How are things going? Milo asks. Liam glances my way and drapes an arm over my shoulder. Pretty awesome if you ask me. What about you, Liv? Same here, sweetie, I say as I grin happily. Jason lets out a laugh. You guys seem extra flirty today. Your marriage is going well, I'm assuming, he says. I guess you could say that, Liam says with a wink. I notice Anna hasn't said anything yet, though she's glaring at me with a venomous look in her eyes. I merely roll my eyes and turn my attention back to Liam. Anna can pout as much as she wants, but I don't plan to pay it any mind. We order our meals. It's pretty busy in the dining room that night, so the waiter tells us the main course will be a long wait. In the meantime, the 5 of us chat and enjoy a platter of appetizers. So, Liam, Anna says. It's the first time she's spoken all night. Did you get to look at the photos from the parade? Must be some good ones there, I bet. No, not yet. Liam responds dismissively, his tone somewhat apathetic. It's petty, but there's something satisfying about seeing him treat Anna the way she treated me. Liam turns his attention back to me. How are the crab rangoons, sweetie? He rests his hand on my upper thigh and gives it a squeeze. I feel my cheeks heat. I think they're pretty good. Maybe we should come here more often, I respond, playfully nudging his foot with my own. He grins and nudges me right back. Anna merely rolls her eyes and turns her attention back to her cell phone. How the tables have turned.
Chapter 25. Liam, The first thing I see the next morning is Olivia sleeping beside me. She glows in the early morning light. Even when she isn't trying, she is absolutely breathtaking. I consider leaning down and kissing the corner of her mouth, but decide against it. Better to let her sleep. The gentle rising and falling of her breathing is soothing. How easy would it be to just stay here with her for the rest of the day? The outside world will get along just fine without us. After all this time, aren't we allowed to indulge a little? I still can't believe this is happening. Not once did I imagine after leaving her that letter at the end of high school that we could be like this. Sure, there were plenty of times I fantasized about leaving school behind and taking her away to some amazing tropical place. But I couldn't picture anything like this. Me and Olivia back in our hometown and married? If someone had told me that this was how we'd wind up, I would have told them to seek psychiatric help immediately. This quiet, perfect comfort is more than I could have ever imagined. She stirs slightly. A soft groan escapes her beautiful lips before she turns over to continue snoozing on her other side. I want to slide my hands beneath the covers, glide them over her soft, smooth skin, and pull her close. Better not, I think. We've been having the most incredible time, but this started as a professional relationship at first. No one can blame us for wanting to temporarily take advantage of our status as a married couple, but what if that's all it is? What if Liv just wants to get this out of her system and go back to being friends? Even worse, what if she winds up regretting it all? The thought sits on my chest like a weight, compressing my ribcage, smothering me. Just because I want more doesn't mean I should expect the same from her. I decide to get ready for the day. Just as I shift my hips to get out of bed, Olivia moves again. "Liam?" she asks, her voice distant and sleepy. "Right here, Liv," I say, easing back. She turns, allowing the sheet to fall just below her breast. I expect her to cover up, but she appears totally comfortable. She smiles at me. It lights up her face so much that it chases away the shadows of doubt in my mind. "Good morning," she says. Instead of repeating the words, I give in to the urge to kiss her. I hold back on the intensity just in case I'm being too forceful. Maybe going in for the kiss is risky, but I can't help it. I want to hold her and never let go. She welcomes the kiss, opening her mouth just a little. The tease of warmth moves through me like a drug. She closes the gap between us, molding our bodies together. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Fauxmance audiobook is available at BWWM.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product.
Chapter 26. Olivia. "You're happy today," Amanda comments. "I'm allowed to be happy, aren't I?" I reply with a grin. "Come on, what's the occasion?" "I'm just a generally happy person." "Does there always have to be an occasion to be happy?" "It's that hunk of a man of yours making you smile, isn't it?" Amanda flashes a wicked grin at me. "I deny everything," I say with a laugh. The clinic is packed. A group of dedicated supporters have been fundraising, and today is free vaccination day. It's part of a drive to eradicate parvovirus from the area, something I'm obviously in support of, except it means I didn't get to meet up with Liam for lunch, and now it looks like my afternoon might run over too. I keep finding myself clock watching, which isn't like me at all. I poke my head out of the examination room door. My heart sinks to see the waiting room just as packed as it was an hour ago. "Amanda, we're going to have a cutoff point where we can't allow anyone else an appointment, or we won't get home before midnight." "I know, they're queuing outside as well," she says in exasperation. "Okay, take the names of everyone that's here. Anyone else arriving after will have to wait till the next clinic. Good plan." "I can't believe it's been such a success," she says enthusiastically. I smile and greet the next client, a small woman with an enormous Great Dane named Thor. The huge animal drags her into the clinic. She obviously has zero control over it. "Amanda," I call. "I'm going to need some help here." And so the afternoon wears on. At long last, the clinic is empty. "Well, that was quite a day," I say. "Quick, lock the door." Amanda heads for the door. She doesn't make it before it swings open again, but I realize it's a familiar face coming in. "John," I cry, rushing forward to give him a hug. "What on earth are you doing here?" "Your mom invited me down. I was meant to get here for the lantern parade, but I had an emergency surgery so I couldn't make it. I had to wait for my patient to stabilize before I could get away." "Amanda, this is John, my best buddy from college." "Pleased to meet you, John," says Amanda, closing the door behind him. "We spent a lot of time in college together. Even our moms have met. They met freshman orientation and then felt the need to spend all their spare time on the phone together," I explain. "To conspire against us most of the time, I seem to remember," adds John with a laugh. "We had to make a pact of secrecy not to tell either of our moms anything about each other. Or we knew it would get back to our own parents. It was the only way to get any privacy. It worked too, until the third year when my kid brother started there." John shakes his head. "The little snitch, always ratting us out." "Yeah, he was a bit of a goody two-shoes." I laugh. "I'm going to let you two reminisce," says Amanda. "I'd better go and straighten up the dispensary. It looks like a bomb has gone off in there after today." "I bet it does." "I tried to keep it all straight, but they just overran me." I laugh. "That was quite a day. Thanks, Amanda. I don't know what we'd do without you." "She seems like a good assistant," John comments. "She's great. Always on top of everything and knows how to keep her head in an emergency. Just the kind of receptionist you need in a small practice like this. It's really good to see John. I can't believe he's here standing in front of me. We used to talk to each other a lot after college finished, but kind of lost touch after a while." "How's work going?" I ask. "It's doing well. We added 3 new full-time surgeons recently. We're on pace to be the largest hospital in North Carolina." "That's fantastic," I say. "So, my mom invited you?" "She's up to something, I think." "Yes?" "She said I should come see you and the rest of the family. I think she's trying to talk me into taking a job at her hospital. I was due some time off, so I thought I'd take her up on it. I'm not sure I really intend to move, but you know how your mom is. It's easier to humor her than try to get her to listen when you say the word no." "Oh, don't I know it? I don't think she can hear the word. Like how some people can't hear in certain tones or notes, I try to sound lighthearted, but inside I'm seething. My damn mom is always interfering in my life. I don't believe for a second she just coincidentally decided to get John a position at her hospital now. It doesn't really matter, though. John and I have known each other for years. There's nothing like that between us, whether she likes it or not." "Is your practice going well?" John asks. "Still everything you dreamed?" "Oh, definitely. I mean, it's no brain surgery," I tease. "Oh, come on. It must be nice to have some diversity, never knowing what you're going to be dealing with that day. For me, it's just the inside of one brain after another." I laugh. I forgot about John's dry humor. "Did my mom mention that I'm married now?" I ask, changing the subject. "She said something about it," he answers uncomfortably. "The words she used were something like that. I needed to come down here and talk some sense into you." "That is so typical. You will have to meet Liam. I think you'll like him." "Is that the same Liam you were hung up on when you started college?" "Yes, the one and the same. I thought he ditched you at the last moment. After you'd picked out an apartment together and everything? That stings. His words are absolutely true and play up to my innermost fears about Liam. I brushed them aside. We were both kids then. Liam has grown and matured since those days, hasn't he?" "Yes, but we were both young and foolish then. We've grown up a lot since. That's good, because I wouldn't want to see you throw yourself at someone who didn't deserve you. What on earth has Lisa been telling him about my relationship? Well, let's go meet him, and you can judge for yourself, I suggest. Oh, yes. I'd love to meet the famous Liam. Amanda, I call out toward the back room. Are you okay getting cleaned up? Nearly done. Yes, I'll be out soon, says Amanda, poking her head around the door. Will you be okay to lock up? Or should I stay to give you a hand? No, you go ahead with your friend. Amanda smiles. Seriously, I'll be all done here in 5. I know the closing routine. Go have fun. I'll finish off here. Good night then, I call as we head out the door. This is going to be an interesting evening. I can't help but feel a little sorry for John, being drawn into one of Lisa's crazy matchmaking schemes.
Chapter 27. Liam, I missed Olivia at lunch today. I enjoy our lunches together, but she has been so busy all day at the clinic. They've had some kind of a charity thing today. I don't know what, exactly. I listen to everything she tells me, of course. But there were a lot of veterinarian words involved in the explanation that I didn't understand. I think it had something to do with shots. I mostly just sat there and admired how smart my hot fake wife was. I've been on a mission of my own, trying to sort out the accounts for the cafe. All my grandmother's filing systems were written out in her small, neat handwriting. It's been a nightmare bringing them all up to date and digitizing them. I've had just about enough spreadsheets and account books. I stand up and stretch. That's it for the day. I can finish off tomorrow. I make my way through the cafe to grab a coffee. I'm surprised to see Liv walking through the door with a man. My hackles are immediately up when he opens the door for her and touches her waist as she walks through. That's a bit damn personal with my wife. Olivia doesn't seem to notice the affront and smiles affectionately at me as she walks across the room. I look the guy up and down. He must be 6'4". He has blonde hair styled a little too glamorously for a man, if you ask me, and piercing blue eyes. He smiles, revealing a perfect set of white teeth. I already don't like him. Liam, this is John. Do you remember me talking about him from college? Hi. Yes. You shared a student house with him. Is that right? I say, holding out my hand to shake his outstretched one. Good to meet you at long last, Liam, says John, gripping my hand just a little too hard. I'm just about to have a coffee. Would you like one? I ask. Yeah, I could have a coffee. I just got into town. I've been driving for hours to try and catch Olivia before she shut up her clinic for the day. She's got a nice little setup there, doesn't she? You must be proud of her. Proud? Yeah, sure I'm proud of her, but it's not something I've ever vocalized. I feel wrong-footed by this tall, handsome man that knows my wife so well. How about we all go out to Charlotte's for dinner? My treat, I say. It's a blatant change of subject, but I need to take control of this situation. That sounds great, says John. We've got so much catching up to do. Right, Olivia? I try not to grit my teeth. This is going to be a long night. Olivia smiles sweetly at him. We sure have. It must be 4 years since we last saw each other. John is a neurosurgeon at a large hospital in North Carolina. Impressive, I say. Oh no, an evening of medical talk. I'm going to have to sound enthusiastic when I don't have a clue what they're saying. They take all the complicated surgeries from right across the state. Often further, too, John adds. He's one of the country's top surgeons, says Olivia. He once operated on a higher-up from D.C., but he can't say who, obviously. That was a lot of pressure, I can tell you. I know it shouldn't make a difference who it is, but I needed my brow mopped for that one, that's for sure. Neurosurgery must be so fascinating, says Olivia. Oh, yes, it is. We're learning so much about neuroplasticity all the time. I've done a paper on it recently. I'd love to read it sometime. Olivia sounds genuinely interested. Did you know that a brain can reroute itself? If one part is damaged, the neurons and synapses can find a different route around the damaged part. The conversation plows on in the same vein for a while, and I try not to lose the will to live. As soon as they finish their coffee, I grab the cups. "Well, let's say 7:30 at Charlotte's restaurant then?" I ask, with my best fake smile slapped on my face. "Come on, Liv. We'd better go home and get ready." "Oh, okay, sure," she says. "See you at 7:30, John." When we get there, the restaurant is packed. I'm very glad I called ahead for a table. John is already there waiting outside for us. I love the decor in here. In fact, it's the reason I chose this place tonight. On every wall, there are photographs of local scenes taken by local photographers. Of course, in a prominent place as you walk through the door is an astounding print of Shield Bridge, taken by none other than yours truly. "Hello, Liam," says Charlotte, the proprietor. "It's always good to be patronized by our local celebrity photographer." "Thank you, Charlotte. This is my wife, Olivia, and her friend from college, John." Olivia and John share their greetings as they settle down at the table. "I'll bring you a bottle on the house," says Charlotte, and leaves us to peruse the menus. "I take it one of these amazing photographs is yours?" asks John. "Yes, the one of Shield Bridge with the sunset behind it," I say. "It is one of my favorite photos." "It's beautiful," says Olivia. "Yes, it is stunning," John agrees. "You have quite a talent." "It's funny. I've traveled all over the world taking photographs and made a colossal amount of money doing it. But it's this local picture that I took fresh out of college that's still my favorite." "Oh, I can see why. You've really captured the mood of the place," Olivia says, her voice full of passion. Charlotte returns with the promised bottle of red on the house, and we all place our orders. "Do you remember that time in college when we flooded the dorm?" John asks Olivia. "Yes, I do. We were freshmen, and Serena, a girl on our floor, thought we could party all the time. She discovered one drunken night that if you covered the floor with water, then applied liberal amounts of washing-up liquid. It made a skating rink," Olivia replied with a grin. "It was fun till the water got in the electrics and shorted out the entire block." They laughed together at the memory. "We got into our share of trouble, didn't we?" "Do you remember when Alice got locked in the bathroom and you had to climb in through the window and rescue her?" "I remember. I was the only one small enough to fit through the window," says Olivia. "I thought I was going to get stuck halfway through." "Why was she locked in there?" I ask. "She thought some boy was going to peep through the keyhole at her, so she stuffed the keyhole full of tissue paper. It took ages to get it out." Olivia and John are laughing hard over the memories they share from college. I feel a bit left out of it. I should have been sharing those memories too. We were meant to get a place together and build our own memories. If it wasn't for Lisa interfering, that is. "So why are you in the area, John? How long are you staying for?" I ask. "Well, I don't really know. Lisa invited me. I think she's hoping to talk me into a job at the hospital here." Olivia reaches out her hand across the table and takes mine. I hadn't even realized I was clenching my hand into a fist until she gently takes it. She smiles at me reassuringly. John watches the interaction. He doesn't look happy about us holding hands in front of him. Inside, I'm seething. Lisa again. Why does that woman not like me? Why does she want to ruin everything for me and Olivia? She thinks I'm not good enough for Olivia. Well, I'll show her. I'm not the same stupid high school kid she scared off last time, and it's time she recognizes that.
Chapter 28. Olivia. Liam and I walk into the local bar, feeling the warmth of the atmosphere surrounding us. It's packed with Liam's college friends who are excitedly spending one last night with us before their departure to the film festival. I spot Milo, who's sitting in a corner, sketching in his notebook. Jason, loud as ever, is yelling and high-fiving everyone around him. Anna is chatting with some people in the middle of the room. My heart squeezes. As we approach Anna, Liam wraps his arm around my waist and pulls me closer to his side, pushing the insecurities away. She doesn't care to acknowledge me, but she also doesn't greet Liam by throwing herself at him. I consider it an improvement. "Hi, Liam." He exchanges some casual pleasantries with her until Milo and Jason notice his arrival and make their own way over. "You're here." Jason ropes him into a hug. "About damn time, man." After a few minutes of small talk, with Liam and Jason running most of the show, I excuse myself to grab a drink at the bar. My nerves spike. Despite knowing Liam's friends, I sometimes feel like an outsider in their group. It isn't as bad now that Anna has stopped trying to seduce him every 2 seconds, but I still feel rather alienated. As I wait for my drink, I can't help but overhear Anna's conversation with the group of ladies she's been huddling around. She seems to have moved on from Liam, and the thought of that makes me feel a bit relieved. Hopefully it stays this way. Liam's sudden presence behind me causes me to jump out of my skin. "Hey, Liv, what is John doing here?" I follow his narrowed gaze to where John is walking through the bar. He catches sight of us and makes a beeline for where we sit at the bar. I glance up at Liam, who looks taken aback, but he quickly regains his composure as John stops beside us. "Hey, John." I give him a friendly smile. "I didn't think you'd come." He smiles back. "I just thought I'd take you up on your offer. We used to have so much fun hanging out like this back in the day." Liam suddenly slides his arm around my waist and kisses my cheek, setting loose a flurry of butterflies in my stomach. "Why don't we go find a booth to sit in?" I nod in agreement. He hails the other 3 over to a booth in the corner of the bar, allowing them to make their own introductions to John. Anna seems remarkably interested in him. With the attention off of us, Liam asks why I invited him. "Well, I just thought he might need help with fitting in if he's going to stay here and work at the hospital," I reason quietly. "My mom's really hoping he'll take the job, but that means he'd be new in town. So I'm supposed to show him around a bit, you know? The way his jaw ticks tells me that he's frustrated, but he doesn't comment on the matter any further. Instead, he orders a round of drinks for the table and tunes in as the others encourage John to share how he and I know each other. The story isn't all that special. We just met in college, but the way he embellishes it makes it come off as something different. I feel a bit tense as John and Liam's tension becomes more apparent. They don't argue or anything, but there's a subtle competitiveness in the air. I try to keep the conversation flowing, asking everyone about their jobs and hobbies. Anna keeps steering the conversation back toward John. As the night goes on, John keeps bringing up the clinic, asking me questions about the job and my future plans. Liam's mood becomes quieter and more distant, and I can tell he's not happy about the topic. I try to shift the conversation to something more lighthearted, but it's difficult to ignore the elephant in the room. More and more, my own frustration with John seems to increase. He's always been a great friend, but I'm starting to wonder if my mom is the only one pulling strings to get us together. We've always sworn we were just friends, despite her machinations. Now, I'm not so sure. At first, I was happy to see him and catch up with him, but now it feels like he's trying too hard to impress me. He keeps bringing up stories from the past that we shared in college. It makes me feel like he's repeatedly attempting to prove to everyone that we have some sort of history. In response, Liam becomes increasingly more possessive and handsy. It's almost as though he's trying to mark his territory, although you'd think that the ring on my finger would do that on its own. Regardless, I don't complain when he brushes strands of my hair back over my shoulder, kisses my cheek, or rests his hand on my thigh. Having him there with me calms me down and provides a sense of comfort that I need more than anything at the moment. It reaches the point where John starts to make suggestive comments and gestures towards me, as if he's trying to show me that he's interested in me romantically. When his hand brushes against my knee under the booth table, I realize that my suspicions are correct and that he came here to be more than just an old friend. What is it with people continuously pursuing Liam and I, despite clearly knowing about our marriage and seeing the wedding bands on our fingers? Why does no one respect the sanctity of our marriage? Fake marriage, my mind supplies. Well, no matter. It's the principle of the thing. Liam notices my sudden discomfort and puts his arm around me, and I feel a sense of contentment. I lean into him as he pulls my legs over his, and he kisses the top of my head. His fingers gently stroke the exposed skin of my thigh. He presses a long-lasting kiss to my cheek and whispers in my ear to ask what's wrong. Rather than answer, I let my head fall to his shoulder and exhale. "Hey," he murmurs. "Let's go dance." He pulls me out of the booth without waiting for an answer. I take his hand eagerly, relieved to get away from John's unwavering stare. As we dance, I can feel all of those worries about him and my mom melt away. Grabbing my waist, he pulls me up against his chest and starts to move our bodies back and forth. I wrap an arm up around his neck, resting my other hand on his bicep in pure admiration. My eyes meet his. The way he gazes down at me, so soft and open, is more than enough to drive any woman mad. I become absorbed in the attention that Liam gives me. His hands explore my skin, keeping us close together as we move in sync to the beat of the music. As we dance, his grip on me becomes stronger and more urgent. I can feel the heat of his body against mine, and I start to feel a warmth spreading throughout my chest. I look up at him again, feeling vulnerable and exposed under his gaze. For a moment, I forget about everything else around us. His fingers brush against the skin of my back as he pulls me closer, and I shiver in response. I'm vaguely aware of the other people on the dance floor, but they seem so far away compared to his intense presence. I feel safe and secure in his arms, as if nothing else in the world matters. As the song ends, Liam holds me close for a moment longer, his hands running up and down my back in a soothing motion. I close my eyes, savoring the feeling of being with him like this. When we finally pull apart, I feel a little dizzy, my head spinning with all the emotions swirling around inside me. Even if our marriage is fake, being with Liam like this feels real and meaningful. I'm starting to really trust, especially after our recent bedroom intimacy, that it must feel the same to him. This emotion between us can't be faked.
Chapter 29, Liam. The music in the cafe is quiet, but it still annoys me. I think anything would annoy me right now, given the current problem. My mind feels full and foggy at the same time. I've been sitting at this counter trying to focus for the last 2 hours, and nothing has worked. "Can I get you anything, Liam?" The on-shift barista leans over the counter, and we make eye contact. I shake my head and offer her a soft denial. "No, thanks." My tone must come off harsher than I mean it to because her eyebrow tilts, and she looks at me apologetically. Her eyes make the smallest shift down to my hands. As she turns away, I follow her eyes to see my fists half clenched on the counter. I must seem like a jerk now. I can hardly even care about hurting her feelings when there's other feelings I'm more worried about. 2 people in particular, one of which is a very annoying, very prevalent person in my life right now. John. I stare at my laptop screen, and the blinding white background of my spreadsheet glares right at me, demanding my attention. I really should be focusing. I can't stop thinking about my wife, only a few blocks away, spending time with John. Everything is starting to pile up. I wanted to keep it cool, like how Olivia was when Anna was being Anna. But I just can't. Even Olivia had her explosion, though. I can't imagine how long she kept that to herself before it happened. Anna had been around a lot that week and was excessively touchy. I still feel guilty about that, though it all worked out for the best. But that was different. This is someone Olivia is spending every day with. Someone she doesn't even realize her mother is trying to set up with her. I can't stop thinking about him using any excuse to touch her, share the same space, get close. I already know he's pushing for it. But can she really not see that her mother is pushing for it too? I can't just scare him off like a random guy at the bar. What am I going to do? I can't focus on the budget. I can't even focus on my computer. I lean over the counter and swing open the mini fridge just under the bar. Grabbing a water bottle, I sit back down and listen to the satisfying crack as I break the seal. I feel the cold water slide down my throat as I drink, enjoying the refreshment and hoping it'll reset my mind back into work mode. It barely works, but it's enough to keep me going. As I settle back into my seat, my eyes skim the pages again, trying to find new ways to budget the upcoming month's expenses. Not that I don't have the money to keep the place going, but I'm shocked at how much money she spent overpaying for nearly everything. I guess business savvy wouldn't exactly have been on her list of character traits. Even as I type out the numbers, my mind flickers back to earlier. A fleeting image of John's arms around Olivia makes my blood start to boil. It isn't until Isla comes over that I realize just what I'm doing. Hey, that keyboard did nothing wrong. She chuckles. As soon as I drop my hands, there's a noticeable release in the cramped muscle. I guess I was really pounding the keys. I let out a laugh, one that sounds less amused and more completely stressed. Her face contorts into a more worried expression, and I close my computer for now. Are you okay? Her tone is sincere, but I have no interest in discussing my problems with a college kid. Just then, a younger girl who I had recently hired walks over, needing help. Perfect distraction. Isla holds up a hand as I'm about to get up. She turns to the younger girl. "What's up?" she asks, hand on her hip. The new barista points over to where one of the coffee machines is endlessly dripping water onto the floor. "Damn!" Isla grabs one of the cloth towels we use to wipe up the counter and backs up a few paces. "I'm sorry, I just didn't know what to do. I made a coffee and I thought it was just going to be dripping a little, but it's been 4 towels worth, and..." The overeager young girl is cut off by Isla, putting her finger up. "It's fine. We just have to tighten one of the pipes under the machine. Thank you for bringing this to me." She looks back at me as she walks away with the girl. "This isn't over, you know. I want an explanation for the computer abuse." As she leaves, I sigh to myself and run a hand down my face. First the expensive budget, and now leaky pipes. This place needs to be fixed up. ASAP. I take back to my work, and again my thoughts get in the way. But this time it's not about John and Olivia. Her mom still thinks I'm not worthy of her, just because of my background. I feel the anger flaring up in me again. I don't lash out at the keys, though. I need to prove to her mom I'm a different man than I was then. A self-made, successful man. If I turn this dated but loved cafe into something bigger and better than it is right now, maybe then her mom will finally respect me. Right now, she sees me as the owner of some rinky-dink cafe, but she doesn't understand what I've been up to these past 10 years. She doesn't realize I have an income that's more than all these doctors she keeps trying to force on Olivia. So I have to show her. I start looking around the cafe, imagining. This is going to take a lot of work. The whole plumbing probably needs to be replaced. The counters, as rustic as they are, show their age poorly. The furniture is all vintage and probably needs to be professionally cleaned. We need new appliances and a whole new showcase. The outside could use some renovations, but I want to preserve the flower beds. My grandmother loved those. I wonder if there's a way to preserve it all, but still be able to renew the look. My mind starts to race as the last person leaves the shop. Isla closes up and turns the sign around so no one will come in. I should tell my team my plans. I get up from my seat and walk around to the front of the counter. "Can I have everyone's attention, please?" I ask, and a few people from the back come out. Once it looks like everyone is here, and no one is talking, I put both hands down on the countertop. Things around here are about to change.
Chapter 30. Olivia. Things have been strange since that night that John showed up. Liam seems to be a different person. When I go by the cafe for lunch, Liam is rushing around taking measurements and making notes. He barely acknowledges I am here, other than the quick hello and a chaste kiss. Did I do something wrong? Okay, Liam. I am headed back to the clinic. Uh-huh. I hesitate before turning and leaving. He doesn't come after me. Back in my office, I pace the floor, trying not to get emotional. Does he really only care about the cafe? Our fake marriage feels like a genuine relationship. Well, it did. Now I'm starting to think he got the cafe just like he wanted, and that's it. I feel betrayed, and I tell myself that isn't fair. He did exactly what we agreed to. I knew it going in. The problem is that I let myself catch feelings, and I can't blame him for that. A knock on my office door startles me out of my trance. "Dr. Brown, we need you in room 2. I nod, and Amanda turns on her heel to head back to where she came from. I inhale deeply before following her out the door. I walk back to the cafe after work to talk to Liam before we head home. "Oh, he left about 10 minutes ago," the server behind the counter replies. I stare wide-eyed at the young man, who looks very uncomfortable under my gaze. I shake my head to break the confused tension. "Oh, I see. Thank you." I flash him a half-hearted smile. He does not look convinced, so I turn and walk back towards the door. I'm shocked that I haven't heard from him all day. No texts, no call to ask about dinner plans, and he didn't even wait for me after work. My skin crawls to think he's outgrown me already. I think back to the sex, wondering if I misread his interest. Then it occurs to me that I think I initiated it the first time, not him. Or did I? I try to remember. Flashes of the heated passion sear my mind as if I was in the moment once more. My half-clothed body pinned against the wood of the door, and his voice asking me to declare my desire for him, his body on top of me on the kitchen counter. I shiver in spite of myself, thinking of our bodies tangled in each other in our shared bed. We had both dreamt of that moment for years and years. Well, I know I had. Now I am not so confident about him. I head home alone, lost in thought. He is sitting at the kitchen table, absorbed in measurements, pictures, and plans. I take a deep gulp and approach the table. He doesn't look up. I clear my throat, making myself as visible as possible. He looks up in surprise. "Hey, stranger," I venture. I force out a weak smile. His surprise melts into confusion. "Can we talk?" I place my hand on a chair to indicate my intention. He nods in the direction of the chair, and I slide into the seat. I inhale sharply and blow the air out slowly. Then I look him dead in the eye with determination. His eyes are sharp and focused. I have some concerns, and I need an honest-to-goodness answer. My heart is beating out of my chest. His calm is in direct opposition to my horrified anxiety. They say not to ask questions that you don't want the answers to, but I have to know. "Do you regret what's happened between us? I mean, are you happy with me?" Shock washes over his face, and his mouth hangs open slightly. In my discomfort, I continue to babble. Hysterical. I mean, we didn't agree to a relationship. It was a business deal, really. I can go back to sleeping in the other room and... He holds up his hand to stop me, and my stomach is churning like a whirlpool. His hand moves to reach toward me. A flick of his wrist asks for me to offer my hand as well. With my hand in his, he turns his body full profile to my own. I do not regret a single thing. Not the marriage, not the intimacy. My conscience is not satisfied with that statement. I open my mouth, but he squeezes my hand. "Liv, please believe me. I am happy. The happiest I have been for a while. I never thought you'd be back in my life, but I'm glad you are. It's nice doing this with you." He stands up and pulls me to him. Looking deeply into my eyes, I am convinced he is about to make this tender moment something special. He leans down and takes my mouth gently. I deepen the kiss, but something tugs at the back of my mind. Is this the real truth? I want it to be so bad. When we break apart, I am breathless. He smiles widely and steps back from me. "I am almost done working. I will join you in our bedroom soon." Sensing the dismissal, I turn and head towards our room. I can't help but be a little dissatisfied. I hope that he might say those 3 little words. I asked him to open his heart for reassurance, and all I really got was that he's happy I'm here. It's a start, I suppose, but not exactly what I wanted to hear. Trying to convince myself to stop reading into things, I climb into bed and curl up under the covers. As promised, soon he is in the room and slides into the bed. He scoots in close and wraps his arm around me, pulling me close to him. Nestling in my hair, his body relaxes against mine. My heart is pounding, and I am lost in this feeling. Maybe I can pretend that my mind is not swept away with the fantasy. I breathe out gently and force my body to relax back against him. His warmth begins to pervade my body, his scent lingering on my skin. There's not a fraction of doubt or hidden agenda in this perfect moment. A wiggle behind me sends tingles up my spine. He must think I'm asleep when I hear his barely audible whisper. "Liv, I could never regret being with you." My heart flutters without my permission. This secret confession means so much more than his words earlier today. Maybe he just can't open up to my face. The feeling of butterflies consumes my body. He does care. I feel like I am on fire, alight with emotion. There is no doubt about it now. He is still everything I want, still my handsome Prince Charming. There is no denying that I am fully and completely in love with Liam Evan Miller. But there's still a little voice in the back of my head, worried he doesn't love me the same way.
Chapter 31. Liam. Jenna, what do you think of this? I ask for the 10th time. I have my laptop open, and I'm showing her yet another set of tables and chairs. "Oh no," she says. "They're nowhere near as good as the last set you showed me." But these are so much more classy," I reply. "No, they are so much more expensive. There's a difference. You'll put people off sitting in them if you buy those ones. They are too futuristic." "Isla, what do you think?" "I'm with Jenna on this one," she calls from across the cafe without even looking at the screen. "Great, I'm outnumbered," I laugh. "You'll have to pay me a lot more if you simply want me to agree with you all the time," jokes Jenna. "I'm with Jenna on that one too," calls Isla. Jenna comes and sits down on the chair next to me. "What exactly is it you want to achieve here?" she asks. "Okay, you want to give the cafe a bit of a facelift, but do you really want to totally destroy the ambience here?" I know the question is a leading one, and she has a point. "Yes, the tables and chairs probably should have been replaced 20 years ago," she continues. "No one is denying that. But there are customers who have been coming in here for 20 years. You don't want to drive them away by changing things too much." "You're right, I know. Okay, no more ergonomic chairs." "Ergonomic, is that what they're calling them? It looks like you'd need to be a contortionist to sit in one," she says, turning her head sideways to look at the screen. We finally agree on the slightly less expensive but much more suitable tables and chairs. They're still nice, and they'll make the cafe look a lot less ancient. "Now the counter," I say with a grin. Both Jenna and Isla groan. "No, I really think you're going to like this. There's this company in Atlanta that creates bespoke high-end counters. Just look at their website." Jenna gasps. "Just look at their price tags! I'd be afraid to put anything down on it." Isla comes and looks over my shoulder. She whistles. "Hey, they do look pretty amazing, though. Look, they theme the whole restaurant if you want." I type out a message to the company and hit send. "Time to move into the 21st century, Café Clementine," I say with determination. Lisa will be hard put to look down on me when she sees the renovations around here. I wonder how I'm going to get her in here so I can show off my fancy new counter. I hope she can tell just how much it costs, but I think a woman like her will recognize quality. I'm going for the no-expense spare coffee machine, too. The old one kept breaking down every 5 minutes, and I swear it was held together with duct tape. I'm amazed at how fast the renovation company responds and gets moving on the new project. Within a week, we're setting up a timeline and making concrete plans. It's going to be slow going as I don't want to close the cafe while they work, so the schedule only tackles one project at a time. I find it takes all my time. I spend hours looking at different aspects and conferring with contractors and designers. Quite often, I don't leave the little office at the back of the cafe till way past dinner time. I've taken to ordering takeout in the evenings. Olivia wasn't too impressed at first, but she'll understand when she sees what I've done with the cafe. It will all be worth it then. My time gets even more pressed when they actually start on the renovation. They're very professional and don't start work till after the cafe is closed. We've arranged everything so that they will cause as little disruption to the working of the cafe as possible. Unfortunately, this means even less time at home with Olivia. I'm sure she understands, though. This work has to be done. The cafe is far from done, but it certainly is looking nicer when Lisa walks in for lunch one day with Olivia. It's my lucky day. Now is the time to make an impression on Lisa. Perfect timing. They sit down at one of the new tables. I see Lisa's gaze sweep over the newly painted walls. "Hello, ladies," I say as I walk over to them. "How may I be of service?" "We thought we'd come and get some lunch in here, as it's the only way I get to see my husband these days," says Olivia. "You know how it is. I'm a busy man with a thriving business to run," I say with what I hope is a winning smile toward Lisa. "You don't mind if I join you, do you, ladies?" "Are you sure you can spare the time?" asks Olivia acerbically. "Jenna and Isla have got it, don't worry," I reply with a smile, sitting myself at the table. "The boss can take as many breaks as he wants, you know. Besides, everything runs so much more smoothly now the new equipment is installed." I give Lisa my full attention. "See that espresso machine there?" I ask her. "The one behind the counter?" "Yes, I see it," she replies coolly. "That is the best on the market. You won't find a restaurant anywhere with better. Nearly $50,000. "Isla!" I shout. "Could you make some coffee, please, so Lisa and Olivia can see what this beast can produce?" "Coming right up, Liam." "I thought I'd have no expense spared in the refit," I explained to Lisa. "My grandmother had more conventional taste, which suited her. But I've got the funds to bring the cafe into a more modern age, you know? The counter alone set me back almost $20,000. I felt Cafe Clementine should have nothing but the best now that I'm in charge." "Well, that's very impressive," says Lisa. She sounds like she means it too. The new tables and chairs were shipped all the way from Paris. They're from a top European design company. I just couldn't resist them when I saw them. What do you think? I'm thoroughly enjoying the look on Lisa's face as she passes a critical eye over the new decor. "It all looks very chic," she says. "I have to say, it is an improvement, don't you think, Olivia?" I think I'd rather see my husband a bit more than all this new furniture. She looks pointedly at me when she says this. I brush her comment aside and focus on Lisa. I can talk this out with Olivia later. Yes, I've tried to remodel without losing the original ambience of the place. It's meant a bit of extra expense, but what's a few $1,000s here and there? "I can see you've come a long way," says Lisa, looking genuinely impressed. "I didn't know photography was so lucrative." "Well, it isn't for everyone," I admit. "My pictures are in demand, so I'm lucky. I can command a rather hefty price for them, thanks to my name." At this point, I'm trying to find the line between bragging and being honest. It's true. I've made a lot of money doing what I do, something few photographers manage. "Not lucky," Olivia interjects loyally. "You're talented." Lisa nods, looking as though she's mulling this over. "I think your grandmother would approve," she finally answers. I know it was not my grandmother's approval I'd been seeking. It was hers. I'm so glad my plan worked as I watch Lisa looking around with big, wide eyes. Isla comes over with the coffee, and Lisa says she can taste the difference. She should be able to, considering the price tag on the machine. I'm enjoying the new respect with which Lisa is looking at me. I've had to work hard for it, and it's cost me a small fortune, but it's worth it. Olivia will understand all the effort I'm putting into this when she sees I was doing it all for us.
Chapter 32. Olivia. As the door to the cafe shuts behind us, I take a deep, calming breath. Well, I have to say, I'm impressed with the improvements. Aren't you, Olivia? Your husband has done well this time. says Lisa, glancing back through the window of the cafe. He's gone completely over the top. It's a small-town coffee house, for heaven's sake. I shake my head. I need to get back to work. Okay, dear. It was a lovely lunch, and I appreciate the effort Liam has made at least. Yes, I expect you do. I try to keep the irony out of my voice as we part. I am fuming as I walk down the road. What a ridiculous display of male ego. All he cares about is everyone seeing he has the best business in town, like he really needs to stand out in rinky-dink Sandy Springs. I thought he loved me, but all he cares about is having an amazing cafe. I get back to the clinic still feeling upset. There are already 3 people waiting. I tell Amanda I need 5 minutes and walk out the back. As I'm putting on my vet's white overcoat, I'm playing over the conversation in my mind. He doesn't seem to care about my feelings at all. He completely blew me off when I hinted heavily I wasn't seeing enough of him. No matter how many times I asked him to spend less time there, he ignored it. But then he sat down, saying that the owner can take as many breaks as he wants. Apparently, he just doesn't want to, when it's just for the 2 of us at home. Maybe it's still just a marriage of convenience to him. He's just expecting me to play the role of a wife without him actually being beholden to me. This is all too confusing. I go through to the examination room, and I'm surprised to be greeted by Mrs. Hancock. She has a beaming smile on her face and a new puppy getting tangled around her ankles. "Olivia," she exclaims, "I want you to meet Poppet." "Well, hello, Poppet," I say, getting down on one knee to give the puppy a belly rub. Poppet is due for her first shots, and really I just wanted to bring her in to show her off. "She is absolutely adorable," I say. I know what you're thinking. What am I doing, getting a puppy at this time of life? Well, she's really my daughter's. She went out and bought her for me after Dolly passed away, and she will take responsibility for her when it's my turn to go meet Dolly up there. She gestures skywards with her finger as she says this. What a lovely idea. Your daughter is incredibly thoughtful. I'm overjoyed to see Mrs. Hancock looking so happy and well. I had been extremely worried about her after her little toy poodle Dolly died. They had seemed so inseparable, and now she has this little scamp to keep her on her toes. I give Poppet a checkup and her shots. She's a happy, healthy little pup, and I have to say she's brightened my afternoon up to no end. You take care, Mrs. Hancock, I say, and you look after her Poppet. You're a lucky little puppy to have, Mrs. Hancock. I ruffle the dog's head, and they depart looking happy. I've managed to get through all my afternoon patients. I'm sitting down going through files with Amanda when John walks in. Hi, John. How are you finding our quiet little town? I inquire. I was actually wondering if I could have a private word with you, he replies. Sure, step into my office. I share a meaningful glance with Amanda as I follow him into my office and close the door. What's up? I say when we're both seated. Olivia, you must know why I'm here. I feel uncomfortable under his gaze and avoid his eye contact. I'm sorry. I know my mom invited you here. It's an evasive answer, but it's the best I can do. You and I both know that she was matchmaking. His gaze on me is steady. Yes, I'm sorry, I sputter. I'm not used to John being so direct. Olivia, you must know I have strong feelings for you. Even in college, I imagined your mom's plans working, us ending up together. I feel so uncomfortable. Yes, of course, I knew my mom was leading him on my behalf. I thought, like me, he had no interest in her plans, but I still feel guilty somehow, like I should have stopped it sooner. I need to know if those feelings are reciprocated, even slightly. Because if they are, I'll hang around. I'll wait until this thing with Liam blows over. I'll take the job here. I wish the ground would open up and swallow me. I really do. John, I'm so sorry if I've ever given you the impression there could be anything between us. I really am. No, it's fine. You never promised anything to me. I guess I just always chose to hope you were secretly as interested in me as Lisa wanted you to be. He looks crestfallen, and I feel even worse. I'm sorry, John. I love Liam. He's my husband, and I've chosen him. I will always choose him. My mom might not understand, but it doesn't matter. He's the one that I want, no matter what she thinks. I understand. I guess I knew in my heart it was too much to ask for. I'm going to withdraw interest in the position and head back tomorrow. Look, you really don't have to go so soon. Don't run out on a job on my account. Thank you, but I think it's for the best. This wouldn't have been a good move for me unless I made it for personal reasons. We stand and hug. Take care of yourself, Olivia, he says. Without a backward glance, he has gone out of the door. I sit in the office, feeling a bit shell-shocked. It's been quite an emotional roller coaster today. I'm still feeling annoyed with Liam, but I know I've made the right decision. In fact, John's departure has clarified something in my mind. I love Liam. Even at our lowest, I don't want anyone else. Even when that someone practically comes gift-wrapped to my office door. There's only Liam. There's only ever been Liam. I know without a doubt that I want to spend the rest of my life with him. I'm just not entirely sure that feeling is reciprocated. After the way he's been treating me recently, I really don't know how he feels about me. What if, in his life, I'm playing John's role? Is there another girl somewhere who, if she reappeared out of nowhere, he'd drop everything to be with? Maybe he's so cool with me lately because he knows I'm not really the one for him, despite all my love. A year from now, he'll have his perfect cafe and divorce papers. Maybe that's all he wants. I have a gnawing pit in my stomach for the rest of the day. There is a big part of me that's still fuming at him. Every time I think of him posturing about the renovations in the cafe, I get angry all over again. Every time I think of me eating alone in his big old house, I get mad. But I also know I'm not really mad. I'm scared. I'm scared he doesn't want me the same way I want him, and he doesn't know how to let me know yet. It's still early enough that I could go to the lawyer and tell them this was all a scam. I wouldn't. But what if he's just leading me on a bit longer to make sure?
Chapter 33. Liam. Hey, Jenna. We need to clean off the shelves behind the counter. The workmen are coming in to start on that area as soon as we're shut. Okay. Do you want everything completely cleared? It might take a while. I think they're only doing the top shelves, the ones that can be seen from the main floor. I'll go and check my emails in a second, but I'm sure that's what they said. Okay, Isla and I can start on them now. That would be great. Thank you, ladies. Jenna bustles off to get some boxes from storage, and I head to my office to check my emails. As I go into my mailbox, I see a new message has come in. It's from a big-name magazine. I sent them my photos of the Lantern Parade weeks ago now. I've been so engrossed in the renovation that it feels like another lifetime since I sent off these pictures. It shocks me a little that I've let my photography slip. It's been the center of my life for so long. I hadn't realized until now that I haven't even touched my camera since that day. I click on the email to see what they have to say. They are delighted with my pictures. They say I have really captured the spirit of the Lantern Parade. They want to run an article on the parade and feature a selection of the photos I sent them. I peruse through the pictures they want to use. They are excellent. I always get a strange feeling in my stomach when I look back through photos that I've taken. It feels like they must have been taken by someone else. Some other third party who is an awesome photographer. It's difficult for me to believe I could have taken such amazing pictures. There is more to the email. There is one photo in particular that they want to feature on the cover of the magazine. It has been sent in a separate folder. I click on the folder and a stunning picture of Olivia fills my screen. I remember when it was taken down by the fountain. When I was selecting the photos to send, I'd looked at all the pictures of Anna. In all of them, she was doing the classic selfie pose with her bottom lip pouting and her butt sticking out. Then I'd gone through the pictures of Olivia. She has such radiant beauty. When she smiles, it feels like the world gets a little brighter. Her movements are graceful, but never forced. She is a natural. In the photo, she is perched on the edge of the fountain with her lantern beside her. She is looking into the distance, as if in thought. All around her is movement. People walk by with their lanterns raised. She is in the center of the shot in a pool of stillness, a total contrast to the chaotic light show around her. I find my heart melting as I gaze at the photo. It's not surprising they want to feature it on the cover. I'm not sure how long I simply sit and stare at my computer screen. I haven't told her that I love her. We've been back together for ages, and I haven't told her. It hits me in that moment how much she means to me. We might live together, but she still deserves to hear the words. I vow that tonight when she gets home, I have to tell her how I feel. I'm suddenly very excited. I go into the front of the cafe. Jenna, is there any chance you could stay an extra half an hour and greet the workers tonight? Something important has come up. Yes, I can do that. Did you find out how much of the stuff here I have to clear? Oh no, sorry, I got completely distracted. I'll go check now. I go back into the office. I feel a bit giddy. I'm about to shut down the photo of Olivia when I have a brilliant idea. I look up the site that I need and press send with a short note. I go back to the email from the magazine and type out a reply. I'd be delighted if they feature my pictures. I shut down my computer and go back into the cafe. One look at Jenna's face tells me that I have once again forgotten the crucial piece of information for her. What is going on with you today? She demands. I'm in love with my wife, I reply, and I need to let her know. Jenna laughs. Well, that's a wonderful thing, but you're being pretty useless to me, so go get the information I need and go home to your wife. I can cope here without you. This time I manage to retrieve the relevant information for poor Jenna, and then I'm out of the door like a shot. I sit in the car and decide I can't wait until I see her. I feel like I could burst, and I just have to tell her. I take out my phone and dial her up. Hi, Olivia, I say as soon as she picks up. What do you want, Liam? Her tone is cold, and it brings me up short. I just wanted to talk to you, I reply. Can it wait? I'm not really in the mood. I've had a long afternoon. Well, yes, I suppose. The wind has gone right out of my sails now. I didn't think talking to me was that taxing. Oh, now you want to talk to me? She snaps. You barely said 2 words to me at lunch. I was talking to your mom, I defend myself, feeling myself get heated. You can't tell me getting along with your mom for the first time ever is a bad thing. Look, we'll talk later. If you decide to come home before midnight, that is. The phone goes dead. It takes me a second or two to realize she hung up on me. I sit in the car reeling. What brought all that on? I work through the conversation, thinking about everything she said. Then I remember how she made a few similar comments at lunch with her mom that I also chose to ignore. I really have been ignoring her lately, haven't I? I've been spending every waking moment at the cafe. She must be feeling neglected. I guess I can see that. My intentions were to do it for our own good, but I suppose I never really explained that to her. I never even told her I was trying to win her mom over. As far as Olivia knows, I'm just an absentee husband. I think I've got some making up to do, and it might take more than a bunch of flowers.
Chapter 34. Olivia. I keep going over our argument. Could I have said or done something differently? Liam is just so damn frustrating. It's all Cafe Clementine this, and Cafe Clementine that. I'd like to say this isn't what I signed up for. But I have to keep reminding myself that this is exactly what I signed up for. I entered into a marriage agreement precisely to save Cafe Clementine. I hit another set of red lights. This is the 3rd set in a row that has gone red as I've driven up to them. Is this a metaphor for my life? Should I beware of all these red flags that life is showing me right now? The past weeks have been a nightmare, watching Liam slip further and further away from me. I really thought we were getting somewhere, but now I'm not so sure. What a stupid, crappy argument to get into with him. How is pushing him away supposed to show him how much he means to me? I have to hold back the tears as I think about a life without Liam. But maybe it's for the best. In a year we can get divorced, and Cafe Clementine will be his. I'm just not sure how I'm going to last until then. Let's face it, I've been kidding myself. What an idiot I've been, hoping for more. I resolve to guard my heart. I resolve to remember the position I'm in as a fake wife. And I resolve to move back into the spare room tonight. I pull up outside the house with all my resolutions gathered around me like a shield. I'm surprised to see his car in the drive. He's come home early for once. For a moment, I pause outside the front door. All my resolve dissipates like the morning mist and leaves me feeling vulnerable and weak. With an iron will, I pull myself together and turn the key in the lock. The door swings open and romantic music drifts out into the evening air. I love this song. I hang up my jacket and walk into the living room. What a sight greets my eyes. On the wall above the table is a framed print of myself. It was obviously taken at the lantern parade. I am sitting on the edge of the fountain with my lantern balanced on the wall beside me. There are people with lanterns walking all around me, but they are blurred out and hazy. Just a sea of lights, really. I have a faraway look on my face, and my hair is falling casually around my shoulder. It is probably one of the best pictures I've ever seen of myself. In the center of the table is a massive bouquet of my favorite flowers. The table itself is set for dinner, with a bottle of white wine cooling in a silver bucket of ice. There are candles casting their golden glow over the entire spread. Liam walks in from the kitchen, bringing a delicious waft of aromatic spices with him as he comes. Olivia, I'm so sorry. I've been acting like an idiot. My heart melts. Instantly on the spot, my resolutions fly out the window, and I am helpless before him. In 2 steps, I'm in his arms, and we are whispering platitudes to one another. Oh, Liam, I thought you didn't want to be with me. I confess my fears. Never think that even for a minute, he replies. I love you so much, Olivia. I always have. I just got caught up with trying to impress your mom. I had to make her think I was worthy of you. That's what this has been all about? I ask incredulously. It seemed so important that I get her approval. I want you to be my family, and she is part of that. But maybe on reflection, I may have gone a little over the top. You think? You spent $20,000 on a counter for a cafe here in Sandy Springs to impress my mom? We have entire buildings that don't cost that much. I'd call that over the top. I laugh as I say this. For a moment he looks dejected, then he starts to laugh too. Well, when you put it like that, I could see how it could look a lot over the top. But I did it for a good reason, Olivia. I did it because I love you. I want us to stay together forever, so I had to get through to her. I feel shaky inside, hearing those words. My knees feel weak, and I can feel tears of joy springing to my eyes. I love you too, Liam, I reply. I always have. We hug again, swaying gently to the music that plays in the background. The moment is shattered when the fire alarm goes off in the kitchen and a waft of burnt spice escapes into the living room. Oh no, Liam runs out. I follow after and find a cloud of smoke erupting from the pan on the stovetop. Liam carefully removes it. Damn, it's ruined, he says, flapping the smoke out of the window. Why do I always feel the need to laugh in these situations? Liam's obviously worked hard on this, but I just can't help myself. I do try to suppress it with a hand over my mouth, but Liam looks at me and sees me trying not to laugh, and that sets him off laughing too. Once we've recovered, and the fire alarm has finally quit trying to turn our brains to jello, we decide to order takeout. I do feel bad for Liam after all his work. It smelled so good when I first got in. I take the opportunity to go shower and change. I think I should make an effort. I come back downstairs wearing my little turquoise print dress and with my hair and makeup fixed just right. "You look stunning," he says as I walk back into the living room. I smile in reply and kiss him on the cheek. I have to admit, I feel pretty amazing after Liam's confession of love. I feel like I'm walking on air. I arrive back downstairs just in time as there is a knock at the door. To my surprise, a waiter enters carrying a large box. I look at Liam questioningly, but he just smiles and shows the guy through to the kitchen. He holds the chair out for me, and we both sit at the table. Within moments, the waiter enters with our starters neatly arranged on 2 plates. He serves us food and wine, then retires to the kitchen. "I called in a little favor from Charlotte's," Liam says by way of explanation. "She managed to spare one of her waiters for the evening." Liam looks a little smug as he says this. It's a nice touch. I would never have thought of it. After we finish our exquisite meal and the waiter leaves, we settle down on the sofa with the remains of the bottle of wine. "I've got something to show you," says Liam, "but you've got to promise not to laugh at me for being a romantic fool." "Oh, now I'm intrigued," I reply. He wanders out of the room and comes back, carrying an ornate wooden box. He puts it down on the coffee table and opens the lid. It's full of memorabilia. I instantly recognize ticket stubs from the first concert we ever went to. There are old photos of us taken in one of those photo booths when we were about 17. He's collected so many things over the years. I look at him amazed. "You kept all these things?" "All this time." He gives me one of his adorable little sideways smiles that he does when he's unsure of himself. "This is amazing," I say. It makes me feel really special that he kept it all and treasured it. We spend the evening going through the box and reminiscing. I could not feel happier.
Chapter 35, Liam. Our past relationship is scattered across the table in front of us. Olivia took every piece of memorabilia out of the box one item at a time and exclaimed over it. "Can I keep this?" she asks. It's a ring from a silly gumball machine that I've kept since high school. We had gone to the movies and my quarter had ended up winning me that ring in the lobby. Jokingly, I got down on one knee to propose to Olivia. We hadn't been dating long and she called me a goon, but she wore it for the rest of the evening anyway. I found it in my car the next day and popped it in my pocket. I used to imagine the day she'd be my real fiancé. "Of course you can keep it." "It's yours," I say. She puts it on her finger. "It still fits," she says with a smile. I don't remember half the stuff I'd kept in my box of treasures. They were a surprise to me as much as to Olivia as she pulled it all out. After we split up, it broke me for a while. I didn't even want to look at the box, but I never threw it out. I hadn't kept things from any of my other relationships. I guess I knew in my heart it was always Olivia. She was the one from the word go, and no one else could ever compare. "I love that you've kept all this stuff," she says, cradling her glass of wine. "We need to make new memories to go in the box." I think that's a great idea. We should go on a road trip once I've finished renovating the cafe. I see her flinch at my words. Damn it, we were having such a lovely time. "Do you have to spend so much time on the renovations?" she asks. "I've been feeling really shoved out of your life, like our relationship doesn't matter at all to you. I love Cafe Clementine, but I don't want to spend my life playing second fiddle to a cafe. I know, I've been acting like a jerk, I get it, but I just wanted to make a good impression." "You don't need to make a good impression on my mom. She will grow to love you as she gets to know you. If she doesn't, it doesn't matter. You're ignoring how I feel to worry about how she feels." "You're right. I wasn't thinking. That's completely fair. Your needs come first. If I do that again, just speak up." "I didn't get a chance to talk to you, Liam," she says, sounding exasperated. "Things got so bad for me that I was considering moving back into the spare room when I got home tonight. I'm glad we're having this chance to talk and sort things out then. I'd have been devastated if you'd done that. And another thing. Why did you think you needed to spend so much money on renovations? Were you really just showing off to my mom?" Showing off? I feel suddenly affronted, until I look at it from her perspective, and realized that is exactly what I was doing. I guess I was, I admit. Your mom always wanted you to marry a rich man. I got a little wild trying to show her that I was a rich man now, but I guess I went a little overboard. Olivia laughs a little. I'm glad you've seen the light, she says. I hope we can work on improving things together around the cafe in the future. Yes, definitely. I want to be with you with all my heart, Olivia. We just need to stick together going forward. Make a pact that we'll talk everything out before it comes between us. I'm with you there, I agree. I hate that I made you feel so awful. I really didn't realize what effect I was having on you. I pull her into an embrace and breathe in the scent of her. I can't imagine a life without Olivia. Now I have her back by my side. I'm going to do everything in my power to keep her there. So how are the renovations going in the cafe? Is there much more to be done? She asks. Well, I was going to get the windows replaced with etched glass, then upgrade all bathroom facilities. What, with solid gold faucets? She asks with one eyebrow raised. Actually, solid gold would probably be cheaper than the ones I had in mind, I say with a wince. Oh, Liam, what am I going to do with you? She shakes her head. I think maybe I should be more involved in this renovation. Otherwise, Cafe Clementine will need to be rebranded the Ritz. We both laugh. It feels good now that the tension has eased between us. I can't believe how carried away I'd gotten with things. In the morning, I'll have to see if I can cancel some orders. I know I've been completely over the top with things, and I promise to calm down, but it really has been fun renovating. I can't wait to start planning things with you. You're going to bring some really good insights along with a much more level head to the project. I definitely feel a lot more positive about it now that I feel involved, and knowing that you're not renovating it just to avoid spending time with me. Oh, Olivia, that was the absolute furthest thing from my mind. I know what I have to do all of a sudden. It's so obvious. Olivia is my world. All my hopes and dreams revolve around her. A future without Olivia in it is not a future at all. Olivia, I say, my heart suddenly thumping very loudly in my chest. I know this may seem like a crazy question given that we're already husband and wife, but will you marry me? Her jaw drops open and she gazes deeply into my eyes. I want the world to know how much you mean to me, I declare. I want to shout it from the rooftops so everyone knows. But mainly, and most importantly, I want to marry you properly so you know exactly how I feel about you. I want to spend the rest of my life with you, because I love you, Olivia, with all my heart and soul. Olivia bursts into tears at my words. Then she looks at me with her beautiful wide grin on her beautiful face. Liam, that makes me so happy. I'm the happiest woman on earth right now. I take it that's a yes, then? I ask. Yes, of course it's a yes. Oh, Liam, I love you so much. And she kisses me, her tears salty on my lips. I'm overjoyed. She's mine for real now. My Olivia. My wife, and so much more than just name. Well, I have the ring. Look, she says with delight, holding out her hand and wafting the old kitty ring under my nose.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts, and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The romantic suspense audiobook bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 36. Olivia. As I gaze down at the small plastic ring on my finger, I can hardly believe it. Liam just proposed, and I said yes. We're going to get married. Looking around the room, I see the array of memories and keepsakes that we've been sorting through for hours. Every item is more meaningful than the one before. He slides his arms around my waist, and I feel his breath on my neck. I love you so much, he whispers. I love you too, I say, feeling my heart beat faster. Suddenly, Liam scoops me up into his arms, bridal style, and carries me towards the bedroom. I wrap my arms around his neck, and we laugh as we stumble to avoid the items pulled from the box and spread across the floor. As he sets me down on the bed, Liam takes my hand and kisses the silly cracker ring on my finger. This will have to do for now, he says with a grin. I look at the ring and then back at Liam. It's perfect, I say, feeling tears well up in my eyes. We sit there for a moment, holding hands and staring into each other's eyes, before Liam leans in to kiss me. It's a gentle kiss, filled with love and promise. I grab hold of his shirt and push him onto his back, earning a look of surprise. My hand covers his mouth when he tries to say something. Using that hand to turn his head, I dip down and start kissing on his neck. He groans into my palm. His heart is racing. I can feel it as I start giving him a hickey. Things are heating up again. You know what to do. Go to BWWM to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts, and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story.
Chapter 37. Liam. I wake up to the sound of birds chirping outside the window. Although she isn't with me, I still smile when I look over at the space where my beautiful fiancée would be laying on any other day. But it isn't any other day. No, today is the day that I marry the love of my life. We've been engaged for 6 months now, and I still can't believe that she said yes. Olivia's mother, Lisa, has been a huge help in planning the wedding, and everything is set to go perfectly. I sit up and stretch, feeling the excitement building in my chest. I can't help feeling a little anxious as I get dressed. Still feels like there's so much to do. Regardless, I take my time and put extra care into my appearance. I put my suit on, standing in front of the mirror to make sure everything is perfect, and take a deep breath. You can do this, I tell my reflection. I head outside to join the others, and I'm greeted with smiles and congratulations. Jason, always the jock, gives me a playful punch on the arm. Ready for the big day, man? He asks, grinning from ear to ear. I've been waiting for this day for longer than you know, I admit. Milo gives me a nod of approval. You got this, Liam, he says. It's going to be amazing. Connor, my younger brother, is home from college for our wedding. He looks up at me and shakes his head, smiling. I can't believe you're getting married. He wipes imaginary tears from his eyes and blubbers dramatically. My baby's all grown up. I can't help but laugh. Yeah, it's about time, huh? We all pile into the car and head to the garden where the ceremony will take place. Olivia and I have decided not to see each other until the ceremony, so we're both getting ready in separate locations. It's a wedding tradition, and she insists that it makes the moment we see each other at the altar even more special. When I arrive at the garden, I'm blown away by how beautiful it is. There are flowers everywhere, in every color imaginable, and large leafy plants add intense splashes of green. Lisa has outdone herself. Despite the reservations I felt when she first came back into my life, I feel grateful to have her as my soon-to-be mother-in-law. These days we've managed to put most of the past behind us. The final steps are taken to bring the ceremony to perfection. I'm ushered to the altar as the seconds tick down. I know that she's getting ready somewhere nearby. Anticipation crawls up my spine as all of the different possibilities run through my mind. This is the woman I want to spend the rest of my life with, and I want everything to be perfect. Finally, the music starts, and I turn to see Olivia walking down the aisle. She's absolutely stunning, even more beautiful than I could have imagined. Her dress is a classic white, strapless gown with delicate lace and beading that sparkles in the sunlight. It fits her perfectly, hugging her curves in all the right places and making her dark skin look glowing. Her hair is styled in loose curls that cascade down her back, and a veil covers her face. Her eyes are still visible through the mesh, bright and sparkling, and I can see the love and happiness in them as she gets closer to me. She's holding a bouquet of white and pink roses which match her dress perfectly. Waves of emotion wash over me like endless tidal waves. My eyes begin to well with tears, blurring the sight of her magnificence as she reaches me. I quickly wipe the tears away and take her hands, gazing into her beautiful, enchanting eyes. I choke on my words. Breathtaking. Her fingers shake with reflected anxiety, but she laughs still. Handsome, she responds in a teasing manner. As we stand there looking into each other's eyes, I know that we're ready to step into this new chapter of our lives. My voice trembles when the time comes to recite my vows, but I'm determined to speak clearly enough for everyone to witness my love for her. Olivia, I know our journey hasn't been an easy one, and the path wasn't straight or obvious. But I also know that from the moment I met you, you never left my mind. Despite our years apart, my feelings were just as strong when we reunited. I know more than ever that you're the one for me. Tears surface in both of our eyes. I squeeze her hands. You've brought so much joy and love into my life, and I can't imagine spending a single day without you by my side. Today, as we stand here surrounded by our loved ones, I make these promises to you, to love you with all of my heart, soul, mind, and body, to support you through every challenge you face, and take on all of your trials as my own, to be your partner in every sense of the word. I promise to listen when you talk, hold you when you need comfort, and always be there for you in whatever way you need, to be your best friend, your lover, and your soulmate. I vow to cherish and protect you for the rest of my days, to grow with you and learn from you, and to be the man you deserve. I love you more than words can express, and I am so grateful to be standing here with you today. She takes a moment to gather her bearings, wiping her tears away before reciting her own vows to me. Liam, you are my rock, my confidant, and my better half. I swore to my mother when we first met that you were someone special, but I didn't realize how true those words were. I am so grateful that you came into my life, beyond what words can express. She gives me a watery smile. Today, I stand before you and make these promises to you. I promise to love you unconditionally, to support you through all of life's ups and downs, and to be your partner in every sense of the word. I promise to listen to you when you want to talk, to hold you when you need comfort, and to be there for you in every way that I can. I promise to be your best friend, your lover, and your soulmate. I vow to cherish and protect you for the rest of my days, to grow with you and learn from you, and to be the woman you deserve. I make these promises here today with our friends and family as witnesses. I love you more than anything in this world, and I'm so grateful to be standing here with you today, ready to embark on this journey together. The pastor clears his throat, telling us to put our wedding rings, real, genuine wedding rings, on each other's fingers. Liam Evan Miller, do you take this woman to be your lawfully wedded wife? I do. Olivia Kinsley Brown, do you take this man to be your lawfully wedded husband? I do, she inserts quickly. Oh yes, I do. We're both shaking and miss a few times when we slide the rings on, but everyone laughs along with us. Ah, the pastor says with a smile. Now, with the power vested in me, I am glad to pronounce you husband and wife. You may now kiss the bride. I turn to face Olivia, and as our eyes meet, we both break out into huge grins. I sweep her up with a grand gesture and press our lips together, earning endless cheers from our audience. The kiss ends, but we don't pull away. Our foreheads press together and we gaze into each other's eyes. I know that this is only the beginning.
Chapter 38. Olivia. I stand outside Liam's cafe, feeling excited and a little bit nervous. It's been a whole month since our wedding, and yet, I still can't get enough of him. I knock on the door until he hears me and comes to unlock it. His surprised expression turns into a huge smile when he sees me. "Hey, beautiful," he says, pulling me into his arms and kissing me deeply. "What brings you here?" "I thought I was meeting you at home." "I know, but I couldn't wait," I say, feeling my cheeks heat with excitement. "I wanted to see you." Liam's eyes soften and he plants a kiss on my cheek. "I'm right here, darling." Pulling away, I can't resist teasing Liam a little bit more. I know he's already struggling to keep his hands off me, and I love to push his buttons. I sway my hips a little bit as I walk around him to the table. He'd stopped cleaning to let me in, knowing that he's watching my every move. Grabbing the rag and spray, I squirt cleaner on the surface a few times and bend over much farther than necessary to start wiping it off. I can feel his eyes on me, and I grin to myself. I don't have to look back to see that the skirt of my cute little sundress has ridden up suggestively, or to know that he absolutely loves it. "What are you doing?" he asks, his voice a little husky. "Nothing," I say innocently, standing back up. "Just helping you finish." He rolls his eyes but can't hide the smile on his face. "Your trouble, Missy." I laugh and pat his chest playfully, leaving the cleaning supplies on the table. As I walk back around him, I twirl around a few times, enjoying the way the dress flares out around me. "You're killing me, Olivia," Liam says, his voice low and intense. "I know," I say, biting my lip and teasing him even more. "But it's so much fun." I turn my back to lock the door and move toward the windows, drawing the blinds down for a little privacy. He watches me move from window to window, confused. "Well, aren't you going to help your wife?" Despite everything we've been through, bringing up the fact that I'm his wife and he's my husband still gives me butterflies. We're really married, for real this time. Our love is true and honest, and we don't have to pretend for even a second. It's the most magical thing I think I've ever felt. One of his eyebrows arches upward, but then he shrugs and walks over to me to get the blinds at the next window. "Sweet wife," he begins with that teasing tone. "You know there are cameras in here, right?" I toss a wink in his direction, glad to see that he's finally caught on. "That's okay. We'll just have to watch it back later." Taken aback, all he can do is stare at me for a moment. Then his lips split into a wild grin. "You're irresistible, you know that." Giving up on the concept of privacy, I jump on him and grin back as he catches me with ease. "Only for you, Liam. Only for you." "Good." He turns us and presses my back against a set of blinds, kissing me passionately. I run my fingers through his messy hair, loving the way it feels, and kiss back with twice the desire. Then I shift against him teasingly. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from BWWM. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Thank you for listening to another BWWM romance audiobook.